Test, test. Does that sound good?
Yeah? Okay, we're good. Perfect.
Good afternoon from Clinton Raceway. It's 1:02 p.m. First race post time in less than 28 minutes for the 40th Annual Drivers Charity Challenge Program from Clinton Raceway.
Ton front est ceint de fleurs glorieux, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Clinton Raceway. And in honor of having Sylvain Philly on here and many of the French-Canadian followers, we thought we'd bring you the national anthem by Madame Jeanette Reynaud from our recent Montreal Canadiens home game. What a treat. And what a rousing way to start what looms as a sensational closing day to the 2020 campaign here at beautiful and historic Clinton Raceway. We have a spectacular weather day here. The horses are great. The drivers, trainers, owners, grooms, everyone connected is all pumped up. And we are especially pumped up as we bring you the Drivers' Charity Challenge for the 40th time, 40th year in a row from Clinton Raceway. The honored recipient this day is the Royal Canadian Legion, Branch 140 here in Clinton. In the COVID era, we understand many of the Royal Canadian Legions across the nation have been hurting especially, and we can't let that happen. So Clinton Raceway is doing its part this afternoon. The drivers, all of them outstanding in their own right, of a great heart and charitable spirit, donating their day's work to the Royal Canadian Legion here in the terrific town of Clinton. Well, now if you have your pens and pencils ready, here are the program changes as we embark on a 12-race agenda. Noting in the first race, we have a new early daily double for you. A new early daily double added to the regular wagering profile. And the only note in the first race is the also eligible Giggle Hanover does not go. On the first race, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Start of the pick four with a guaranteed pool of $2,000 and the additional early daily double. There are no changes. In race two, from the third race, a pair of scratches. One, Ernie Panic, is a judge's scratch. 6, Sandy's Candy, is scratched lame. Still in that third race, note that 7, Monty Mono, raced at Flamborough Downs on Thursday evening, September 3rd. The missing line in summary, Monty Mono finished third by 2 lengths, individually timed in 1:58. That's the missing past performance to take into account for Monty Mono number 7 in race 3, raced on Thursday evening at Flamborough Downs, finishing third by 2 lengths in 1:58 flat. The fourth race is clear of changes. Out of race 5, the also eligible will not go. Number 9, Broadway Roll, doesn't go. Otherwise, race 5 clear. Two horses in the 6th race have missing past performance lines. Number 4, Dash Mira, raced on Thursday evening at Flamborough Downs, finished 9th by 8 lengths, individually timed in 1:59 and 4. The missing line for Dash Mira, 9th by 8, 1:59 and 4. The missing line for 6, Tomorrow's Headline, was a winner at Flamborough Downs on Thursday evening in 1:58 and 1 for driver Brett McDonald, who retains the drive in the Drivers' Charity Challenge at Clinton. Tomorrow's Headline, a winner, 1:58 and 1 last Thursday evening at Flamborough Downs. On to the 7th race, where one Ace 44 Talon is scratch sick. Scratch 1, Ace 44 Talon from the 7th race.
Hold the stick and then reach.
No changes the rest of the way, but we have a new innovation for you, and that is the late pick 4 on races 9 through 12, comprised entirely of Ontario Sire Stakes races. The all-new late pick 4, the Ontario Sire Stakes late pick 4. What a treat. Races 9 through 12 to conclude the program. And from all of us at Clinton Raceway, we also extend a special welcome to the owners, trainers, grooms, and drivers, and everyone associated with the Ontario Sire Stakes 2-year-old pacing fillies going to strut their stuff in races 9 through 12 in the innovative new Ontario Sire Stakes late pick 4. Now we have even more added insights and coverage of the program today. Colleague Greg Blanchard is on duty out in the winner's circle, and Greg's going to be giving us his insights on the program, the special driver interviews as they give so generously of their time. So stand by in moments. We'll go down to our Greg Blanchard.
Well, thank you very much, Frank Salive. Have a great afternoon in the announcer's booth. Great to have him back, and great to be joined by our current leading driver here, Brett McDonald. Let's talk about your season, first of all, here, Brett. Your first full season at Clinton Raceway. I guess it couldn't be going a whole lot better.
No, it's been really good. It started out good, and it's just been good all the whole way through.
You're a PEI native, so you're obviously used to the racing scene there. A lot of people say that tracks like Clinton compare to that kind of atmosphere. Would you say that's the case?
Yeah, it's fun. Like Hanover too. Hanover and Clinton in the afternoon. It's nice. There's lots of people, and it just gives you that kind of home effect.
And just talk about the competition today. It's a tough one. You got some world-class drivers here this afternoon, but on a personal note, how pumped up do you get to compete in an event like this?
Oh, it's very cool. It just puts a little extra kind of spice to it, and I think a lot of it's going to be where post positions and stuff like that, because everybody's in the competition are real good drivers, so it's hard like that.
All right, well, good luck. You've got a potential driver's title on the line today, and of course you'd love to try and win this as well, so good luck to you.
Perfect, thank you.
That's Brett McDonald, one of the 8 drivers we'll see in our annual charity challenge here this afternoon. First race, just moments away.
Thanks very much to Greg Blanchard and Brett McDonald, one of the 8 reinsmen in keen competition all throughout the afternoon. For those of you who are watching away from Clinton Raceway, which is going to be the vast majority, unfortunately, this day for such an excellent program about to unfold, but we do want to explain the format for the Drivers' Charity Challenge. Those of you on track will see the second page just inside the front cover. You can follow along on the scorecard. So it's 50 points for a win, 25 points for a second, 12 points for third. Fourth place finish gives a driver 8 points, fifth place 5 points, and if a driver has a scratched horse, they will be awarded 10 points for that missed drive. And we will be updating you after each race of the Drivers' Charity Challenge on the cumulative standings. We also have to give a special thanks to 3 people who have donated generously of their time to help us out with their insights and selections all year. And that is Shannon Sugar Doyle, the voice of Western Fair Raceway, Lou Sorella, at Lou Knows, doing his selections on Clinton Raceway every Sunday, and Melissa Keith from the United States Harness Writers Association of Canada chapter. Watch for their selections on the screen all throughout the afternoon. At this time, we're displaying Sugar Doyle's early daily double selections. And again, we want to remind you there is a new early daily double on this Clinton program on races 1 and 2. So add to the first race wagering profile the early double in addition to exacta, trifecta, superfecta, win, place, and show, and this early pick 4 with a guaranteed pool of $2,000. The horses are entering the track for the first race post-parade and start of the 2020 Drivers' Charity Challenge at Clinton Raceway. Blossom on the Beach is number 1 with Austin Sorey up to drive, owned and trained by Daniel Kerr. Senior Beach Babe number 2 has Trevor Henry to the driver's seat, trained by Jim Ellis for Stephen Binkley. Sandra and Ralph Pitt, the owners. Brett McDonald is aboard number 3. Maura Mapo, trained by John Kennedy. Brownack number 4, partnered by Doug McNair for Pat Bissett and Gary Stoddard. There's Sylvain Filion in the driver's seat of 5, So Psyched. Now trained by Isaac Waxman for Maneri Stable, Larry Maneri, and Michael Guerrero. Paul Taylor Conditions for Robert Hamather on 6, Persistent Example with Jody Jameson. Alphabet Queen is number 7. First leg of the Drivers' Charity Challenge with Travis Henry in the bike for Kelly and Scott McNiven. And John Yake is the trainer for Craig Turner and Mihari Kershaw. Bob McClure is in to drive number 8, Latte Grande. The first race, sponsored by Tucker Smith Communication Cooperative. It's the 40th annual and 2020 Drivers' Charity Challenge from Clinton Raceway, the opening leg, offering the start of the early daily double. Start of the pick 4 with a guaranteed pool of $2,000. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering on the first from Clinton. There on screen the selections of our panelists, Shannon Sugar Doyle and Lou Sorella going with number 5, So Psyched on the top of their tickets. Melissa Keith from the United States Harness Writers Association of Canada siding with number 2, Senior Beach Babe, on the top of her ticket. The starting gate readying to move into position for the first race. Last call right now for first race wagers on the early daily double. The pick 4, Superfecta and all first race wagering. Blossom on the Beach with Austin Sorey. Then Senior Beach Babe and Trevor Henry. Moramapo with Brett McDonald. Brownack has Doug McNair. Sylvain Filion driving So Psyched. Jody Jameson is here to drive Persistent Example in the first. Travis Henry, post 7 with Alphabet Queen. And Latte Grande has Bob McClure. Buckle up. Here we go. It's going to be great. The 40th Drivers' Charity Challenge at Clinton Raceway. The first race, they're off and pacing with Moramapo at first asking, and Senior Beach Babe is strong along the inside, taking them on as Blossom on the Beach. Blossom on the Beach wants to front them around that first turn. Senior Beach Babe is still outside and driving, and they've got an early tussle going on here. Senior Beach Babe is going to hang almost all the way to the quarter pole. Following up a strong third there, that's Latte Grande from the trailing post, and Moramapo backed off to find fourth position. Persistent Example raced up into the front 5. Third from last is Brownack, and then So Psyched, one of the favorites, is 7th at the quarter pole, and the early trailer is Alphabet Queen. They come off the turn, working pretty hard to make the top with Senior Beach Babe. Coming first over early, Moramapo, and they're on their way to halftime completion. Senior Beach Babe is showing the way. Blossom on the Beach takes a pocket view, and it's Moramapo and Brett McDonald first over, and the earplugs are out early. Brownack looks loaded second over there on the flank of Latte Grande. She's pinned down in the front 5. Now moving 6th, and third over to that outer flow. There goes So Psyched for Sylvain Filion. Excess cover there, and Alphabet Queen is trailing along the inside. Getting away on the field here a little bit. Trevor Henry gets some distance with Senior Beach Babe along the backstretch. Well back second, Blossom on the Beach. Latte Grande, she slid to the outside from third. Following down fourth, no more room yet for Persistent Example. Looking 3 high is Brownack in the front 5. Third from last on the final turn, Alphabet Queen. So Psyched, too much work to do. And fading back and trailing out of it was Moramapo. It might not matter, as Senior Beach Babe and Trevor Henry are going to win round 1. Senior Beach Babe unleashes a powerful front-end performance. Jody Jameson salvaged second with Persistent Example. Blossom on the Beach and Austin Sorey was third, but it was all Senior Beach Babe. And we're underway in Clinton for the 2020 Drivers' Charity Challenge. Here's the quarter times review from the first race. 28-3, 58-3, 3/4 128, and the win time is 1:58. Senior Beach Babe. 28-3, 58-3, 128,
Are you keeping score?
158.
I'm not. I can't. No.
Senior Beach Babe.
Wouldn't hurt. I like having 2 or 3 guys.
Back to the winner's photo is Senior Beach Babe, the 7-year-old brown mare. By Oaks Enforcer from Sand on the Beach, trained by Jim Ellis. For Stephen Binkley, and driven to victory in round 1 of the Drivers' Charity Challenge by Trevor Henry. And that's the 5th win in 13 starts this year, and a sharp 158 for Senior Beach Babe, when posted official.
All right, we're here in the winner's circle with the winning driver. Before we get to prices, we'll quickly get Trevor Henry's thoughts on this opener. What was your approach, Trevor? You were saying you don't think you've ever driven her before, which kind of surprised me, but did you think she was maybe the class of the field?
Yeah, I looked at the program and she looked pretty good, and I went up to Jimmy there and he said she was ready to go, and she was.
You've won this event 3 times in the past. How important is it to get off on the right foot like this?
Well, if you don't win the first one, you can't win them all.
There you go. So is that the goal?
Try to.
And how do you keep fresh? I mean, here you were last night at Mohawk Park. You were competing there in that Stakesville program, and you got to get up and on the road early today. But I guess coming to something like this gives you a little extra pep?
Yeah, for sure. It's good, and it's good for the community, and you feel good doing it.
Absolutely. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
That's Trevor Henry getting things started this afternoon with Senior Beach Babe. She delivers as the 4 to 5 choice to start off today's early pick 4, one of 2 that we have coming up this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Trevor Henry and our Greg Blanchard. In victory, Senior Beach Babe, $3.60, $3 and $2.30 across. Persistent Example and Jody Jameson second, $11.80 and $5.20. Blossom on the Beach for Austin Surrey finished third, $3.10 on the show ticket. The Exact of $53.30. Dollar Trifecta, $147.80. And the 20-cent Superfected ticket, $399.32. That's the 20-cent Super, $399 and 32 cents. The complete top-down review, Blossom on the Beach was third. Senior Beach Babe and Trevor Henry win round 1. Moramapo was 8th, Brownack 5th, So Psyched 7th, Persistent Example 2nd, Alphabet Queen was 4th, Latte Grande 6th. The first race finish order top-down review is 3185, 7246. Concerning the points scoring from the first race, Doug McNair scores 5 points. Jody Jameson, 25 points. Austin Sorry, 12 points. Travis Henry, 8 points. Trevor Henry, the race winner, 50 points for the win in the first of 8 rounds of the Drivers' Charity Challenge.
No, I don't. I got my computer case in where, where Jess's booth is. Yeah. She'd like me to have something in there for sure, I would think. Yeah. All right. Yeah, you gonna come on camera? Well, we are 5 minutes away from the upcoming second race as we are underway with this year's Charity Drivers Challenge. And I'm joined next now by a couple of generations of Henrys. Travis Henry with his son Kingston, loving the driving suit. Travis, where do you get these done?
We got these done at Graham's. They make all of my suits, so they put it together for us.
And this guy likes the horses just like his mother and father?
So far, I guess.
That's great. Talk about your result in the first, a horse that you knew would be a bit of a long shot, but you pick up some money. Good start for you?
Yeah, it's great. You know, when you can get a piece from the 7-hole, it's tough here. So yeah, it was good.
And you drive here quite a bit, and especially in the last few years, so you're very familiar with the oval, where some of the other guys aren't driving here day in and day out. Do you feel that gives you a bit of an edge?
I don't think so. No, it depends on the horses you get, and all the guys that are here are great drivers. So it's going to be tough, but it'll be fun.
And how pumped do you get for a day like this?
It's exciting, you know. It's fun, and it's for a good cause. So it's you know, we'll all have fun.
All right. Well, listen. Good start for you. Good luck the rest of the day, and hopefully we'll see Kingston back here with you later on in the winner's circle.
Yeah, hopefully. All right. Thanks, guys.
All right. That's Kingston and Travis Henry. Travis with a 4th place finish, so getting some points here in the opening leg. Race 2 coming up next.
Thanks a bunch, Greg. Really great down there, and great of all the drivers to donate of their time and give us the close-up insights on the kind of day that they're having. Concerning the pick 4 added into the wagering profile, with a guaranteed pool of $2,000, $1,319 remains. The total pool wagered was just under $4,000. So going into the second leg of the pick 4, just over $1,300 in live money. Here come the horses stepping onto the track for the race 2 post parade. George's Credit leading the race 2 post parade. Trevor Henry up to drive for owner and trainer Fred McGuire. Century Georgia is number 2 with the services of Brett McDonald in the bike. Racing for Aaron Swainson Brickman and Peter Brickman. Doug McNair, driving partner of 3 River Dally, conditioned by Larry Fitzsimmons for Michael Arndt. Sylvain Filion to the driver's seat of 4, right him up. Owner trainer is Terry Fritz. Mock Mine Blue, number 5, scoring out over to the backstretch with Jody Jameson. trained by Dennis Kerr for owner Shelley Kerr. Now going past the grandstand with 6, Smooth as Cheddar. Travis Henry aboard for owner and trainer Jeff Williamson. Bob McClure in the driver's seat of Brydown Lilybet, number 7, trained by Randy Henry for Brydown Farms. And Austin Sori is in the bike of number 8, Gatsby Panic, trained by Al Bredner for Alan Kepfer. Gaditian Pace for the purse of $5,200 in race 2, sponsored by Clinton Chiropractic and Wellness. Superfecta, Trifecta Exact to win place and show wagering on race 2 coming right up. There are the selections of our panelists with Melissa Keith, Lou Cirella at Lou Knows, and Sugar Doyle all landing on number 2, Century Georgia, on the top of their ticket. Hi again, everyone, from the press box at Clinton Raceway. We're underway with a fantastic day here in Clinton. I went deep into my own personal collection, and you can see that my T-shirt this day is from the 25th annual Drivers Charity Challenge. That was back in 2005. My T-shirt today, I know that the track has issued new 40th anniversary commemorative edition T-shirts to all of the participants today. But just to give you some sense of the context of the day, on this board behind me, all of the historic pictures, proof that a driver the stature of Sylvain Filion has competed in this event since 1999. Trevor Henry, a driver of his stature, he's been coming here to the Drivers Charity Challenge for almost 2 decades. So has Jody Jameson. So what a fantastic day and great spirit for all of these drivers to donate of their spirit, because they know the eyes of the nation and internationally are on them from Woodbine Mohawk Park every night. We have them right here at the Clinton Raceway. It's really a unique and special thrill and great day in a wonderful charitable spirit here this afternoon. So all of the selectors have landed on Century Georgia here in race 2. In fact, that was my top choice too. I was closing well into some fast fractions last time out, and could be better positioned here to pick off a first prize. I'm a little surprised this one isn't down a little bit closer to even money. Well, now there she fell to 4-5 from 8-5 in the last click there. So really that's more of what I was expecting. We also want to take time to thank the Race by Race sponsors this afternoon, all of you watching and wagering. It has been the most difficult of circumstances this year, one of the greatest years in Clinton Raceway history. One more note of context that I want to uniquely offer you about this afternoon is that drivers the stature of Jody Jameson and Doug McNair were last here on July 5th for the $64,000 purse final of the Kin Pace. On that particular day, Jody Jameson pulled a 13-1 upset with a filly by the name of Watch My Speed. And Doug McNair had the beaten favorite in the Kin Pace this year by the name of High Roller Duke. So they have certainly their memories from 2 months ago here at Clinton Raceway, and some friendly scores to settle here this afternoon. We've got them going to the gate now for race 2. Georgia's Credit and Century Georgia with River Dally starting at the inside. Then Ride Him Up and Mock Mine Blue, Smooth as Cheddar, Brydown Lilybet from the outside, and Gatsby Panic in the 8 post. They're at the top of the stretch. It's race 2 post time. Race 2, round 2 of the Drivers' Charity Challenge, approaching a start. They're off and pacing. And along the inside, it's River Dally looking to be best away. George's Credit, Trevor Henry going to steadfastly guard a pocket trip position as they round the first turn. Sweeping up on the outside is Travis Henry with Smooth as Cheddar to contest the early top honors, and they move over into the backstretch. That's Mock Mine Blue and Jody Jameson in a good spot, landing down an unstressed 4th. And Brett McDonald is 5th with the favorite Century Georgia on the way to the quarter call. Sylvain Filion got away 3rd from last with Right Him Up. Gatsby Panic is 7th in there for Austin Sorry, and the early trailer is Bob McClure with Brydown Lilybet. So out front, it's River Dally and Doug McNair. They stay single file fashion as they come off the turn to approach halftime completion in the second race. At the half, it'll be River Dally out front by a length and a quarter. After the early mini battle, Smooth as Cheddar rewarded with a pocket trip position. George's Credit stayed in from 3rd. And Jody Jameson comes first over with Mock Mine Blue. And there's Brett McDonald and the favorite Century Georgia in a perfect spot. 2nd over into the front 5. Moving 6th on the outside as they prepare for the backstretch. Final time is Right Him Up. On the move, Brydown Lilybet is 4th over and 3 wide right now from last for Bob McClure. Bob McClure goes all in, 3 wide along the backstretch. Now the trailer is Gatsby Panic. They're ganging up 3 wide at 3/4. Going 3 wide now is Century Georgia from 2nd over. River Dally has been the pacemaker. 3 wide, Century Georgia. Mock Mine Blue was first over. And from way back, Brydown Lilybet may not yet be through. So they come to the top of the stretch in round 2 of the Drivers' Charity Challenge. Here comes Century Georgia to the late stretch lead. River Dally tough on the inside. Century Georgia to win over River Dally, and Right Him Up splitting horses looking for 3rd. Century Georgia and Brett McDonald unofficially in race 2 as a 2-5 favorite. There was a photo for 4th required, and the unofficial superfecta is 2346. 2346, the unofficial superfecta top 4 of race 2. And here is the unofficial winner, Century Georgia. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Shadow Play from Mowat Blue Chip by Art Major. Trained by Peter Brickman for Aaron Swainson Brickman of Sebringville, and driven to victory by Clinton leading driver in the summer of 2020, Brett McDonald.
All right, while we await prices, we'll bring in Brett McDonald. That's a better result for you. Obviously, trip worked out. Did you have a bit of a game plan going in?
I was just going to try and trip her out the best I could, and the trip worked out good. So.
And just talk about your situation going into the final turn when you rolled 3 wide? I mean, it wasn't like you instantly went around, and it looked like your filly kind of bobbled a little bit turning home. Is that the case?
Yeah, she kind of got a little bobbly coming off the last turn, but as soon as we hit the straightaway, then she paced right away.
What's that do for your confidence? Not a great result in the first to bounce right back with a win here.
Oh, it's good. After the first one, I was pretty down, so it's nice to come back like that.
All right, continue. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Brett McDonald getting it done with Century Georgia. He'll look to try and keep that momentum going as we come up to our third race in today's Driver Challenge.
Thanks a bunch, Greg. And here's the quarter times review from race 2. 29-4, 59-3, 129-2, and the win time 159-2, Century Georgia. That's 29-4, 59-3, 129-2, and the win time 159-2 when made official. Century Georgia kicks back 290, 210, and 250. River Dally 470 and 340. Right Him Up 280. The Exacta 1520. The Trifecta $70.40 for the $2 ticket. The Daily Double $2 ticket $13.60. The Dollar Superfecta $144.80. Here's the complete finish review of race 2. Georgia's Credit 6th. Century Georgia the winner. River Dally 2nd. Right Him Up 3rd. Mock Mine Blue 5th. Smooth as Cheddar was 4th. Brydown Lilybet was 8th. Gatsby Panic 7th. The top-down finish order review of race 2. 6, 1, 2, 3, 5, 4, 8, 7. Here was the top 5 finishers' drivers' points awarded for the Drivers' Charity Challenge in the second race. By virtue of the win, Brett McDonald gets on the board with 50 points. Doug McNair finished second in race 2, now has 30 points in the running total. Sylvain Filion on the board by virtue of a third place finish, 12 points. Travis Henry, 8 points in the second race, 16 so far on the day. And Jody Jameson, 5th place finish in race 2, 30 points so far on the day. Tied for the lead at 50 points so far, Trevor Henry and Brett McDonald. In the pick four, live money remaining, $454.80 from the day's total pool of just under $4,000. Well, what a charitable spirit again this day by all of the superstar drivers in our midst. We know that Sylvain Filion has been coming here for the Drivers' Charity Challenge since at least 1999. That's over 2 decades. And Greg Blanchard is standing by with le conducteur, Monsieur Sylvain Filion.
Thank you, Frank. And yes, the Filion name, one of the most recognized in Canadian harness racing, and many generations have done well. We've got another generation here with us as well. Who's this, Sylvain?
This is my daughter, Stella Rose.
And I guess, Stella, do you want to tell us, you get to, once in a while, drive the horses with your grandfather?
When I go to my grandpa's house, I drive horses with my daddy.
That's awesome. Well, hey, we might be looking at a future driver or trainer here in our midst. Sylvain, Frank talked about your long history in coming here. Why is it important for you to take part in events like this?
Well, you know, it's always a fun day. First of all, it's nice to see people around here, even though it's not a big crowd today, but there's a lot of nice fans around, and it's always good to do something for charity.
And what's your approach when you come into a day like this? You're hopping up behind a lot of horses that you're not familiar with. Do you take a look at the program ahead of time and try and get a bit of an idea what you're going to be sitting behind and what your lineup looks like?
Yeah, absolutely. Always take a look at the program, and it's especially for me in the post parade is real important. I try to score him down, can see if he's got speed or not, or whether I got to race him from off the pace and stuff like that.
Good stuff. Well, you had a good result there in race number 2. Gets you right in the middle of the pack and still a long way to go. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Sylvain Filion, Stella Rose Filion joining us here just prior to race number 3 on our Charity Challenge Day here at Clinton Raceway.
Thank you very much, Greg, and Sylvain Filion. From the third race, there is a judge's scratch of 1 Ernie Panic and 6 Sandy's Candy Lame. So in this third race, for those of you following the Drivers' Charity Challenge, each of Brett McDonald and Bob McClure will be getting 10 points for a scratched horse. Score 10 points for each of Bob McClure and Brett McDonald in the third leg of the Drivers' Charity Challenge. Leading the post parade, Dream On, with Doug McNair in the bike, trained by Mark Winnicott for Jim Oxbow's stable. Next on the parade is number 4, VJ's Cam, with Jody Jameson in the driver's seat, trained by Don Graham for Linda Marshall. Deb's new man entering the track, number 3, has Sylvain Filion in the driver's seat, conditioned by Larry Fitzsimmons for Bill Durkin.
No. It was on the Facebook page.
Oh, okay.
And back 1 year there was...
Joey's Kid is number 5 with Travis Henry aboard, conditioned by Vernon Cochran for Suzanne and Dave Anderson. Number 6 was a lame scratch. Monty Mono, number 7, has Austin Sorry aboard, trained by Terry Gallant for Calvin Kepfer. Monty Mono, third on Thursday evening at Flamborough Downs, beaten 2 lengths, timed in 1:58. That's the missing top performance for Monty Mono. Third by 2 lengths in 1:58, the missing line. Completing the field is Trevor Henry aboard, number 8, Naked City, trained by Patrick Shepard for Stephen Morton. Race 3 on Drivers' Charity Challenge Day, sponsored by Clinton Home Hardware and Langford Lumber and Builders. Thanks again to Clinton Home Hardware, Langford Lumber and Builders for your enthusiasm for Clinton Raceway, summer harness racing, and your charitable spirit for the Clinton Legion fundraiser on the 40th Annual Drivers Charity Challenge. Just thinking back to the Ontario Sire Stakes last appearance here, and that was back on July 5th. We had the 3-year-old trotting fillies here just to underscore the important place that Clinton Raceway has in the Ontario summer harness racing scene. A couple of fillies that were great winners that day by the name of Mona, who overcame a post 7, and Profound Paragon. Well, 2 months ago, you could have seen them in their very formative earlier starts right here at Clinton Raceway. They have since both gone on to great success in the Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots Series. I've been especially following Profound Paragon, and I'm really happy that the connections of that filly are here at Clinton. Julie Walker and driver J.B. Reno. For a starter later this afternoon, we're going to talk more at length about that as those races get closer to fruition. But right now, the order of business at hand is this third race, and I'm with the selectors here with respect to number 2, Dream On, Dream On. So I'm on side with Lou Sorella, I guess. The other selectors, Sugar Doyle and Melissa Keith, both rate Dream On in their top 2. But Sugar Doyle goes to Monty Mono, who finished third by 2 lengths, timed in 1:58. And it's a good break for Monty Mono here that there are scratches of numbers 1 and 6. So Monty Mono will, in fact, have a post 5 to work with here with those couple of scratches out of this event. But I'm going to stick to my guns and stay with number 2, Dream On the top of the ticket. I was watching the races from here in Clinton online last week, and that was a legitimately earned first over win by Dream On. Doug McNair has a score to settle. As I mentioned in the last segment, he was last here on July 5th for the $64,000 purse kin pace, and on that occasion he hooked wheels at the top of the stretch and had the beaten favorite by the name of High Roller Duke. And I think Doug McNair is going to be gunning for the likes of Sylvain Filion and Trevor Henry and Jody Jameson, and maybe he'll be able to get on the board here. He has a hot favorite to work with and an inside post, so let's see how it plays out in race 3 as the starting gate moves into position. Field is called in for race 3. Brett McDonald and Bob McClure will each score 10 points in this round because of scratched horses. And the other 6 are lining up. Dream On and Doug McNair with a 2-5 favorite in post 2, now moving into the rail. Deb's New Man, Sylvain Filion, then VJ's Cam for Jody Jameson. Joey's Kid has Travis Henry, Monty Mono, Austin Sorry, and in the 8 post is Naked City with Trevor Henry. It's third race post time. Race 3 in the 40th Drivers Charity Challenge at a start. They're off and pacing. VJ's Cam and Jody Jameson had the gate timed. So did Monty Mono and Austin Sorry. Firing up on the outside. Monty Mono is going to overcome the outside draw and make the lead early in this one. But VJ's Cam is going to get a good trip along in second, and they straighten up to the quarter pole after some really big early speed. Now Doug McNair is already waving the whip at Dream On to try to close a 5 or 6 length gap. You can see Doug McNair turning the whip over left-handed there on Dream On to get a bit of a wake-up call and close that gap, and the earplugs are out early as well, and Dream On is coming out first over out of third early on in this one. Going to take that cover is Naked City moving up fourth on the outside. Deb's New Man is second to last as they approach the half, and then Joey's Kid is trailing. So dream on, lots of questions to answer. Making the pace, Monty Mono at the half. VJ's Cam enjoys the pocket view. A very snug second over is Trevor Henry with Naked City right there, fourth on the outside. The last pair at the lower turn are Deb's New Man, and Joey's Kid has moved to the outside. Looks to be getting excess cover. They turn down the backstretch final time, and it's Austin Sorry dictating terms still with Monty Mono after pulling three wide. Here comes Trevor Henry with Naked City rolling up on the outside at the three-quarters. Tucking into the loose pocket was Dream On, because VJ's Cam couldn't close it. Second to last on the outside, Joey's Kid, and the trailer is Deb's New Man, trying to go all the way. It's Austin Sorry with Monty Mono at head stretch. Naked City in futile-looking pursuit. They turn down the stretch. Monty Mono tries to slam the door shut early on the field, and Austin Sorry bags a top prize. In the Drivers' Charity Challenge, Naked City was second. It was close for third and fourth, with Dream On to the inside of Joey's Kid. Monty Mono goes all the way in race 3. Unofficially in the show photograph, 2 over 5. So the unofficial superfecta will kick back 7-8-2-5. 7-8-2-5 is the unofficial top 4 from race 3, 7-8-2-5. Here are the quarter times review from race 3. 29, the half in 59, 3/4 129, and the win time 159 and 2 for Monty Mono. The review 29, 59, 129, and the win time 159 and 2, Monty Mono, when posted official. Monty Mono was back for the victory photograph. The 6-year-old bay gelding by Casey's Bonanza from Boo, Hanover, trained by Terry Gallant for Calvin Kepfer of Millbank, Ontario. Driven to victory by Austin Sorry. Second win in 22 starts this year for Monty Mono, 159 and 2, 870, $4 and $2.30 across. Naked City, 450 and 290. Dream On got the show photo 210. The exacta 39.40. The dollar superfecta 177.50 for the combination 7, 8, 2, and 5. And the dollar trifecta of 7, 8, and 2, $31.35. And let's get the winner's circle and bird's eye view with Greg Blanchard and Austin Sorry.
All right, thank you, Frank. Austin, talk about the trip. It's been a while since you sat behind the horse, but did you think on paper that if you could get to the lead, you could win it?
I just hope to be up close to the front with him, and I figure it would have been all right.
Did you get anything or any information from Terry Gallant, the trainer, prior to the race and how he was coming in?
I told him if I got to the front, he'd be real good.
Talk about, this is your first driver challenge here, correct?
Yep.
What are your thoughts coming in? You look over and you're driving against guys like Jody Jamison, Sylvain Filion, these guys that I'm sure you watched growing up a lot on simulcasts and things like that from back in PEI.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to be able to drive against them because down home you don't really see them, but for a little home week, and you get to drive against them here in Clinton. So,
how's the transition for you been since moving to Ontario?
it's been real good, having a lot of luck up here. So,
good stuff. Well, continued good luck today. Nice win under your belt, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Austin Sorey clicking here with Monty Mono. And our first mild upset of the afternoon, a 3-1 victory here in race number 3. We wrap up today's early pick 4 coming up next.
Super, Greg. And here's the update on the Drivers' Charity Challenge cumulative standings after 3 legs. Winner of that third leg was Austin Sorey, 50 points, stands at 62 points on the day. Trevor Henry finished second in race 3 and now has 75 points to lead in the challenge. Trevor Henry leads at 75 points. Doug McNair just scored 12 points by finishing third. He's got 42 points on the day. Travis Henry just picked up 8 points, 24 on the day. Sylvain Filion picked up 5 points and has 17 on the day. And in that third race, Bob McClure had a scratched horse, has 10 points. Brett McDonald had a scratched horse and now has 60 on the day. In the Drivers' Charity Challenge cumulative thus far then, the top 3, Trevor Henry, 75 points. Austin Sorey, 62 points. And Brett McDonald sits third at 60 points. Still 5 races to go in the Drivers' Charity Challenge. In the 4th race, there are no changes. The 4th race will go as programmed. Now on display, the show photograph from race 3, showing number 2, Dream On, Dream On, at the inside, finishing third, over number 5, Joey's Kid, on the outside. 2 over 5, the third race show photo, now on display. The 4th race, sponsored by Clinton Godfather Pizza. Godfather Pizza, proud sponsor of Drivers' Charity Challenge Day at Clinton Raceway. And the Pick 4 update, going into the last leg, just $101 in live money from a total pool of almost $4,000. So we're pretty much guaranteed a generous payout. Just $101 of live money remaining from a total pool of almost $4,000. Here come the horses stepping onto the track for race 4. As Brave as My Mama is number 1 with Doug McNair aboard, owned and trained by Gary Anderson. Vic Putty conditions for Limco Incorporated. Sylvain Filion is in the driver's seat of 2, That's Me a Bad. Queen of Hearts 3 races for Patrick Bissett. In the driver's seat is Jody Jameson. Travis Henry driving partner. Lacey McCabe conditions for Glenview Livestock on Maybelle Duke, number 4. Bob McClure at the reins of 5. Miss Chili Pepper, owned by Catherine McClure and trained by George McClure. Austin Surrey driving partner for Hutt Stable on 6 Dance Off, conditioned by Scott McNiven. Trevor Henry aboard for Brian Ramsey. 7 is Rock and Roll Doodle. Edam's Princess completes the field, number 8, campaigning for owner-trainer Jeffrey Williamson. And aboard is driver Brett McDonald. Round 4 of the Drivers' Charity Challenge coming up. Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, Win, Place, and Show on Race 4 at Clinton. And there you see the panelists donating of their time so generously all year this year to help us out at Clinton Raceway. Melissa Keith going with my top choice, Queen of Hearts in the 3-post. Lou Cirella and Shannon Sugar Doyle each going to the inside with As Brave as My Mama. The 4th race stands to be very explosive at the start. Lots of speed possible early on in this one. And in this 4th race, I'm looking for Melissa Keith's top choice, number 3, Queen of Hearts. And Jody Jameson, I think based on the recent past performances, a trip on or near the lead seems reasonable to expect. And our top choice, Melissa Keith and mine, sitting at 5-1 on the board. And post 1 for Doug McNair, sitting at, just went from 11-1 to 4-5. So there you go. I guess there wasn't much money early on in the pool, but that's more respect and more like it, I suppose, for number 1, As Brave as My Mama. Some of the other selections, number 4, sitting at 19-1, that's Maybelle Duke. Lacey McCabe trains for Glenview Livestock. They're having an outstanding week. They had a Mohawk winner by the name of Pretty Handsome this week. High Roller Duke, who through no fault of her own was the beaten favorite in this year's Kin Pace here at Clinton Raceway. She was another strong winner in the Prospect Series last Thursday night at Flamborough Downs. So congratulations to Lacey McCabe and Glenview Livestock for another outstanding year they're having. They have a great-looking prospect here in Maybelle Duke, who in my view should not be as high as 8-1 at this 18-1 at this time. I also want to mention the prospects of number 2, That's Me a Bad. Maybe Sylvain Filion can get a 50-point first prize here from a good post position. I think you can toss that last start from post 9. Already has 5 wins this year, and 1 may be beckoning for Sylvain Filion to get right back into the thick of it. What a great driver's challenge unfolding, and we're just coming up to the halfway point here in the 4th race. Still time to wager. Starting gate moving into position. Drivers asked to come to the gate. Last call now for Superfecta and all fourth race wagers. Lining up, it's Doug McNair with As Brave as My Mama, Sylvain Filion, and That's Me a Bad. Jody Jameson partners Queen of Hearts. Travis Henry, Maybelle Duke. Miss Chili Pepper and Bob McClure. Austin Surrey drives Dance Off. Post 7 has Trevor Henry with Rock and Roll Doodle, and Brett McDonald in the 8 post with Edam's Princess. They're at the top of the stretch. Race 4 of the Drivers' Charity Challenge of 2020 at Clinton Raceway, up to speed at a start. They're off and pacing. Queen of Hearts easily and handily beat the field out of there, and that might have been the key move right off the switch by Jody Jameson for Queen of Hearts winning the sprint into the first turn. As Brave as My Mama has come away into second, raced away into third spot. That's Sylvain Filion with That's Me a Bad, and under a strong hold is Brett McDonald with Edam's Princess following down in the front 4. A little bunched up in 5th is Maymelle Duke with Travis Henry. And looking eager from 6th position was Miss Chili Pepper. The last pair away were Rock and Roll Doodle, and Dance Off completes this field. So they'll round the turn with positions unchanged. Queen of Hearts and Jody Jameson dictating terms. Following along second has been As Brave as My Mama, getting a great trip in the deuce. And here's the 3-hole decision made right now by Sylvain Filion. That's Me a Bad comes first over. The earplugs are out there, approaching the half. So Filion is all in on That's Me a Bad. Trying to hold her out there is Queen of Hearts, and they're tussling on the top end. But That's Me a Bad is successful and touches down over on the lead. New leader into the backstretch. That's Me a Bad for Sylvain Filion. Queen of Hearts could not hold her off. Sits back in second. Popped out from third is Brave as My Mama. Edam's Princess tilts out from fourth. Pinned down from fifth is Miss Chili Pepper. That's Maybelle Duke, 6th on the outside, and the last pair are Rock and Roll Doodle and Dance Off, and drawing away by 3, That's Me a Bad. On the final turn, That's Me a Bad, 50 points beckoning for Sylvain Filion. They're at the top of the stretch. Queen of Hearts doing a good job to hang on to second at this stage. That's Me a Bad on down to the finish, wins in round 4. Queen of Hearts stoutly held second. As Brave as My Mama was third. Edam's Princess salvaged fourth out of that. That's Me a Bad wins as 4-5 favorite for Sylvain Filion in race 4. Please hold all fourth race tickets. We have a judge's review of number 8 at 2 points in the race concerning possible inner pylon and designated racecourse rule violations by number 8. And we'll be showing you those on the video monitors. Again, the judge's review called against number 8 at 2 points in the race for possible pylon violations. The unofficial 4th place finisher, number 8, under judge's review. The quarter times review, 29-2. 59 and 3, 128 and 2, win time 158 and 2. That's 29 and 2, 59 and 3, 128 and 2, win time 158 and 2. That's Mia Bad was just back for the victory photograph. Badlands Hanover 6-year-old bay mare from Nancy Tross by Astreos. Trained by Vic Putty for Limco Incorporated of Châteauguay, Quebec. Driven to victory by Sylvain Filion. And that's 6 wins in 23 starts this year. For That's Me a Bad when made official. The 4th place finisher still under judges' review, possible pylon violations. From the judge's ruling, it was found that number 8, Edam's Princess, was inside consecutive pylons at 2 different points of the 4th race. For those racing rules violations, finished 4th, is placed back to 7th. Because of that placing and rules violation by number 8, Edam's Princess, 5, Miss Chili Pepper becomes 5th, placed 4th. 4, Maybelle Duke becomes 6th, placed 5th. 7, Rock and Roll Doodle becomes 7th, placed 6th. And the top 4 will now become 2, 3, 1, and 5. 2, 3, 1, 5, the unofficial superfecta of race 4. That's Me a Bad in victory, 390, 260, and 210. Queen of Hearts, 250 and 210. As Brave as My Mama, 260. The exact is 770. Dollar trifecta, $10.10. The dollar superfecta, 2, 3, 1, and 5, $63.35. And the program's pick 4, 4 out of 4, $95.95. Just over $95 in the pick 4.
Another winning favorite getting it done in leg 4 of today's Drivers' Challenge. Bob McClure, you get placed up a position to 4th, and we were joking before you came on, your first points of the day. So you're on the board. Can you make a big comeback in the back half of this thing?
Well, that's actually not correct, Greg. I did get some points because one was scratched. So if you eliminate me from the picture, I can actually maintain some points. But yeah, I don't know. It's like I'm not really worried about it. At the end of the day, they'll tally it up. When I looked at my first 4, it looked a little bleak. So I'm having a lot of fun for the other guys, and it's for a great cause, the Legion. So we're just here to enjoy ourselves and put on a good show.
Yeah, and you've been second here a couple of times in the past. So, keep coming back, and who knows? You never know what can happen. Still a long way to go, only at the midway point. Talk about the year you're having, Bob, and you've got some really nice youngsters again this year. As we look ahead to events like the Wellwood Memorial Trot, the Peaceful Way, you've got some of the best young trotters in Canada right now. Maybe talk about them, Donna Soprano and Macho Martini.
Well, I think at this point, Donna Soprano and Macho Martini, I think they're capable of going with anybody in North America. Those two are beyond exceptional. They're two very nice horses that I'm just extremely, extremely lucky to be a part of, along with a lot of the other horses I've been fortunate enough to drive this year, stakes horses and everything. Was 6-7 years ago I was here every Sunday, and that was the highlight of the week. So you look back, and coming back to places like these, it really reminds you of your roots. And there are a few young drivers here today that I'm sure they're here on a regular basis every Sunday. Wouldn't surprise me if you're asking them the same questions 5-6 years from now.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that's a really good point. Maybe just talk about the atmosphere. Yeah, I mean, when you come here on a day like this, you're used to a massive crowd here on the tarmac and a real buzz. So obviously a limited capacity under the circumstances, but still a lot of fun, isn't it, to get back here on days like this?
Absolutely, and I know it's not a big crowd here today, but this crowd seems pretty rowdy to me. So I think 3 beers from now, I'm going to get one thrown at me if I don't get some points.
There you go. He's promising better results in the back half. Bob, thanks for joining us, and good luck the rest of the way today, and good luck next weekend with more big stakes action down the road.
Thank you very much.
Bob McClure, he finished 4th in leg number 4. Sylvain Filion adding another 50 to his totals. Race 5 coming up next.
Thanks very much, Greg Blanchard. Bob McClure certainly hasn't forgotten his roots at the small tracks here in Ontario, bringing honor and distinction to Canadian harness racing by winning the 2019 Hambletonian. A Gold Series winner again last night was the always humble Bob McClure with Tattoo Artist in the 3-year-old Cold Pace. And what a great asset to the Ontario and Canadian scene and the North American scene overall is driver Bob McClure. Here's the update on the Drivers' Charity Challenge at the halfway point. Doug McNair just scored 12 points and stands at 54 on the day. Jody Jameson finished second in that leg, now has 55 points on the day. Bob McClure became 5th placed 4th, so he has 18 points on the day. Travis Henry scored 5 points there, and he stands at 29 on the day. Sylvain Filion won that leg and vaults all the way up to 67 points. Trevor Henry still leads at 75 points. The complete finish order of the 4th race with the corrections. As Brave as My Mama was 3rd. That's Mia Bad was the race winner. Queen of Hearts was 2nd. Maybelle Duke 6th placed 5th. Miss Chili Pepper finished 5th, placed 4th. Dance Off finished 8th. Rock and Roll Doodle finished 7th and was placed 6th. Edam's Princess finished 4th, was placed 7th. For inner pylon violations at 2 different points of the 4th race, Edam's Princess, 4th place, 7th. And with the corrections, the top-down order is 3-1-2-5, 4867. No changes in race 5, and here they are on post parade. Sunshine Queen number 1 with Sylvain Filion to partner, owned and trained by Terry Fritz. Saros Blue Chip is number 2, and Jody Jameson is aboard, trained by Kevin McMaster for Saros Blue Chip Stable. Travis Henry Partners, just a little bit better, number 3 for John Pentland. Jack Darling Stables and Syllabus Stable. Bob McClure in the driver's seat of 4, One Drink Ago. Owned and trained by Heather Pickett. Co-owned by Chris Jewett and John Gray. Dream Fair Fantasy is number 5, and Austin Sorry teams for Greg McNair and Keith Waples. There's Trevor Henry, driving partner of 6, TJ Moxmee. Trained by Jeffrey Williamson for Rebecca Williamson. Brett McDonald is in the bike of 7, Domino Sealster for Jerry Sims. And number 8, St. Lad's Shaner has Doug McNair aboard, trained by Al Bredner for owner Ron Snedden. They're on the track and scoring out for race 5 of the Drivers' Charity Challenge. And on this event, there's Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, win place and show wagers. And there's a look at our panel of selectors. Opinions all over the place in this one, with Shannon Sugar Doyle of Western Fair going to Domino Sealster. Lou Sorella and Lou Nose going to 40-1 shot. St. Lad's Shaner number 8 on the top of his ticket. Bombs away if that works out for Lou Nose. And Melissa Keith, she's got a 30-1 shot on the top of her ticket with Dream Fair Fantasy, but it's still early in the wagering cycle here. Those odds are almost certain to come down somewhat. Opinions all over the place here in race 5, so you might as well play for a price. And in this 5th race, I'm going to go on form, so I've got to go with number 7, Domino Sealster, on the virtue of winning the wide way in the last start. It is a leap of faith to expect a young horse with very few starts like this to win in the outer flow like that, going wide for a second straight start. But it's hard to go against that form by the same token on number 7, Domino Sealster. Number 1 just took a big hit in the wagering cycle, so maybe Sylvain Filion has more horsepower than the rest of us are seeing on the program page here, although Shannon Sugar Doyle put number 1 Sunshine Queen at second on his ticket. Maybe that's a good way to go. I also gave a call to Melissa Keith's top choice, Dreamfair Fantasy. Looks on edge to win sometime soon. Talk about Hall of Fame connections in the future for a lot of the drivers here today. Well, how about the owner of Dreamfair Fantasy? That's the ageless wonder, Keith Waples, sending one into battle here. Keith Waples, the owner of Dreamfair Fantasy. Back in 2001, I vividly recall that Keith Waples was among the distinguished guests for the Legends Day, which will return, God willing, in 2021 here at Clinton Raceway. Keith Waples, the owner, a true Canadian legend, the owner of number 5 Dreamfair Fantasy here with Austin Sorey in the bike. Brett McDonald has what appears to be a live mount here that parked all the way and still went on to a 4-length win in 2 minutes flat last time. Can she repeat that effort from Clinton's toughest post position? That's the main storyline looming in race 5. Time to wager still for the Superfecta and all wagers as we get past the halfway point of the Drivers' Charity Challenge. Starting gate takes position for race 5. Last call now. Gates in motion. Sunshine Queen and Sylvain Filion, then Jody Jameson with Cyros Blue Chip. Just a little bit better as Travis Henry. One drink ago, Bob McClure. Dreamfair Fantasy in the middle for Austin Sorey, TJ Moxme and Trevor Henry. Brett McDonald driving the outside, Domino Sealster, and Doug McNair in the trailing 8-post, St. Lad Shaner. They're in the stretch, up to speed. Race 5 in the Drivers' Charity Challenge at a start. They're off and pacing in Dreamfair Fantasy, and Austin Sorey beat them all out of there. Crossed over and touches down on the lead. Moving into the first turn, Trevor Henry, TJ Moxme driving up hard on the outside. They move into the backstretch with Sunshine Queen coming away into third. Cyros Blue Chip saw that in a good spot and sits back in fourth. Already popping the 3-hole is Sunshine Queen. Sylvain Filion making a very aggressive early move to the lead. Coming away 5 back was Doug McNair with St. Lad's Shaner passing the quarter pole. And moving third from last, that's Travis Henry with just a little bit extra. And the trailing pair, one drink ago, and Domino Sealster is going to have to try to pass the field from back there 8th on the outside. Maybe that was the key move by Sylvain Filion. Sunshine Queen took the lead early on in this one and fronts him past the half. It's TJ Moxme sitting in the pocket, and Dreamfair Fantasy comes first over. Cyros Blue Chip down along the inside, sitting from fourth. Domino Sealster. Brett McDonald is all in early, going 3 wide and circling up into the front 3 now. Over to the backstretch, final time. Are we seeing a last to first victory here? The improbable Domino Sealster started from last, makes it up to second on the outside. Sunshine Queen is still leading at 3/4 completion. Domino Sealster stalking in from second. And Doug McNair is out on the outside with St. Lad's Shaner on the flank of Cyros Blue Chip. Now just a little bit better improved into the front 5. Ahead of 1 drink ago, Dreamfair Fantasy has stalled and backing away from the group. TJ Moxme, they're at the top of the stretch. Sunshine Queen, Domino Sealster might not yet be through. Here comes Domino Sealster. Sunshine Queen is put to the test and digging in, but Domino Sealster is getting up. There's the wire. Sunshine Queen appeared to hang on by a diminishing head. Domino Sealster settles for second, and then just a little bit better was third. Sylvain Filion may have struck again, but it's a win photo. Sunshine Queen against Domino Sealster. Here's the quarter times review. 30 seconds, minute flat, 1:30 and 2, and the win time is 2:01 and 4. That's 30 seconds, 1:30, 1:30 and 2, 2:01 and 4. The unofficial superfecta 1-7-3-8 as Sunshine Queen held off Domino Sealster. Sunshine Queen returning for the victory photograph at the Clinton Raceway Winner's Circle. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Sunshine Beach. From Underground Queen by Apache's Fame. Owned and trained by Terry Fritz of Walkerton. And driven to victory by Sylvain Filion, who takes the lead in the Drivers' Charity Challenge by virtue of consecutive wins. Sunshine Queen, maiden breaking victory in 2:01 and 4 in race 5. $960 to win on Sunshine Queen, 320 and 290. Domino Sealster, 270 and 220. Just a little bit better, 370 to show. The exact at 22.20. The dollar superfecta, 173 and 8, $485 even. The dollar trifecta, 1 7 and 3, $93.25. By virtue of that victory, Sylvain Filion picks up 50 more points to take the lead at 117. 117 points for Sylvain Filion after 5 of 8 legs. Brett McDonald just picked up 25 points. Second in the standings of the challenge at 85. Trevor Henry sitting third at 75 points. Jody Jameson fourth at 67. Doug McNair fifth at 62. That's a fifth place tie. Doug McNair and Austin Sorey now each at 62 points. And again leading Sylvain Filion at 117 points by virtue of winning the 4th and 5th races back to back.
Welcome back to Clinton Raceway. We are well into today's driver challenge. And with me is Jess Carnahan, longtime marketing director here. This is your 17th edition?
This is my 17th season at Clinton Raceway.
Wow. When did you start? When you were like 8 or 9?
Yeah. 10.
Okay. Wow. That's impressive. So you've seen a lot of these, and a lot of money gets raised. It's a great initiative. We talked about certainly the drivers competing, donating their earnings to charity. Some of the trainers have been doing that as well.
They are actually this year. The winner of that race, Terry Fritz, he is also donating his funds today.
Oh, that's fantastic. So a real big win in more ways than one there for him. How much money, I mean, you pick a different cause every year. Money gets spread throughout the community for organizations that need it. How much money's been raised during the entire run of this event?
Yeah, over the last 39 years, we have raised over $325,000 for local clubs and charities.
Well, I think that deserves a nice hand. We're not a big crowd here, but I think that is worthy of applause. So that's great. I mean, it's certainly a big part of the community here in Clinton. How different's it been, though, this year? I mean, you as much as anybody, thrive on the big crowds, and that's what it's all about for you, and trying to make it a fun experience. How different's it been for you this year?
Yeah, I definitely miss that. That's my day-to-day job here at the track. I miss the fans, but you know what? We've pulled together, and I think we've done a pretty fantastic job of going into that digital age and making it work for a grassroots track.
Yeah, certainly, and we want to say hi to everybody that's watching today on the different social media platforms out there, and of course the fans who made it here in person. And it looks like we're on our way to maybe a record handle day, or certainly going to be one of the highest handles in the history of the racetrack, so that's fantastic. Keep it going. We're just at the midway point of this closing day program from Clinton Raceway.
Good job, Greg. It's always a good idea to interview our boss here at Clinton Raceway. And she does a fantastic job. There are few other racetracks that could boast of the degree of community integration that Clinton Raceway has, and it's going to be proven again in a huge way again this year in the toughest of circumstances, with thousands of dollars anticipated to be turned over at the end of today to the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 140 here in Clinton. Now on the TV monitors, the win photo from race 5, Sunshine Queen edging out Domino Sealster. We want to thank Dale Pump and Farm Service for their sponsorship of race 5 on Drivers Charity Challenge Day. Now coming up to race 6, the field entering the track. And this event sponsored by Remax Reliable Realty Incorporated. Jody Jamieson driving Dusty Lane, Sam number 1, trained by Pat Bissett for Daniel Dupee. Malpine Hammer is number 2, partnered by Travis Henry for Mike Stamp and Wayne Dupee. Bob McClure in the driver's seat of Caviart Sundance 3, conditioned by Terry Gallant for Al Kempfer. Austin Surrey handling the lines for Patrick Shepard, Bob Woodburn, Ron Woodburn. 4 is Dash Mira. Trevor Henry in the bike behind 5, Kendall Fresco. Owned and trained by Scott McNiven, co-owned by Kim and McNiven and Kelly McMurran. Tomorrow's headline is number 6 with Brett McDonald aboard, trained by Richard Moreau for KRS1 Stable. Doug McNair drives from post 7. It's Talladega Sealster, trained by Patrick Shepard for Gary Bickford. Completing the field is Sylvain Filion, leading the Drivers' Challenge. This event, he partners Invitation to Dream, trained by Greg Hayter for Kevin Campbell. Also be advised in this event, we have 2 horses with missing top lines. Number 4, Dash Mira, raced Thursday evening at Flamborough Downs, finished 9th by 8 lengths, individually timed 1:59 and 4. That's Dash Mira, number 4, 9th by 8 lengths, 1:59 and 4, Thursday evening at Flamborough. Number 6, Tomorrow's Headline, was a winner Thursday evening at Flamborough Downs, 1:58 and 1, with Brett McDonald driving. That's number 6, Tomorrow's Headline. Brett McDonald driving, 1:58 and 1. The missing top line, a win for Tomorrow's Headline. And the opinion of the selectors is very divided again, as Shannon Sugar Doyle goes with number 7, Talladega Sealster. Lou Sorella, Lou knows, Invitation to Dream in the 8 post. And Melissa Keith landing on number 5, Kendall Fresco, searching for a price. And we've seen one of these win earlier today. In this situation that had a win Thursday evening at Flamborough Downs, came back here to win on Sunday afternoon at Clinton Raceway. So 9-1 is the price right now on the situation in this event for Tomorrow's Headline. And it's always a little bit of a benefit when the driver of the past win is back teaming the horse again this time out. And that's the situation with Tomorrow's Headline and Brett McDonald. But how about 13-1 on Sylvain Filion, looking for the natural hat trick? I think we had Sylvain all fired up here earlier today because we played the national anthem in French by Madame Jeanette Reynaud. So Sylvain Filion really seemed to like that. He's scoring out here at this moment in front of the grandstand, and we're lucky to have him this afternoon. Hope you appreciated the national anthem by Madame Jeanette Reynaud. There goes Sylvain Filion doing some last score-outs with Invitation to Dream, good enough to come by myself and the fans here just before we go to the gate in race 6. Caviart Sundance is going to take some action as a top selection in race 6 from Shannon Sugar Doyle. Melissa Keith landing on Dash Mira, although she had a dismal 9th by 8 lengths on Thursday evening at Flamborough Downs. And Tomorrow's Headline, I still think that price will not hold up at post time. 7-1 right now, and Brett McDonald is still right in the thick of it for the Drivers' Charity Challenge. Again, a quick review of how they stand. Sylvain Filion leading at 117 points. Brett McDonald, a solid second at 85 points, so a win could vault him to the lead in the test. And so could it for Trevor Henry, sitting third at 75 points. Jody Jamieson is not out of it, 67 points. Doug McNair is still in it at 62 points. So it's going to be very close right down to the finish. We're having just a great day with the Drivers' Charity Challenge here at Clinton Raceway. And we want to thank all of you who have shown your support this year in the most trying and difficult of circumstances for taking an active interest and wagering on the racing action. And the best part is we still have the back half of the program and an all-Ontario Sire Stakes late pick 4. But that's all still out there in the immediate future. Right now, the starting gate is moving into position for race 6. Less than 30 seconds of wagering time remaining. Dusty Lane Sam with Malpine Hammer, Caviar Sundance at the inside. Then Dashmira, Kendall Fresco, Tomorrow's Headline, and Talladega Sealster, and in the 8 post, Invitation to Dream. They're on the turn and gathering speed. They just passed the historic Red Barn on the north turn at Clinton Raceway and entering the stretch. It's post time for Event 6 in the Drivers' Charity Challenge. 6th race, up to speed at the start. And they're off and pacing, and Bob McClure wins the start this time solidly with Caviar Sundance quickly out to the lead. Caviar Sundance beat the field easily into that first turn. Now the scrap is on for second. Talladega Sealster on the outside of Dashmira as they move over into the backstretch. There was a sharp move by Trevor Henry to land in fourth with Kendall Fresco approaching the opening marker. Jody Jamieson only 5th best away with Dusty Lane Sam. And there is Brett McDonald third from last with Tomorrow's Headline. Sylvain Filion has Invitation to Dream under some whip-wave urging, sitting 7th, and the trailer is Travis Henry with Malpine Hammer. So positions are unchanged, approaching the half, and Bob McClure is dictating terms with Caviar Sundance. Caviar Sundance took a big hit late and is a 3-5 favorite as they approach halftime completion. Talladega Sealster getting a great trip at 9-1 in second. Kendall Frisco first over on the flank of Dashmira, back in fourth. Tomorrow's Headline creeped up the pylons to be in the front 5. Dusty Lane Sam is in the flow and on the outside, third from last. Starting from the trailing slot, Malpine Hammer to the outside of Invitation to Dream. So they move into the backstretch, and it's still Caviar Sundance out there on the lead. Look at the hold in the pocket for Doug McNair. Talladega Sealster has pace but no space yet. Talladega Sealster did find clearance, and now she comes to the outside to move on against Caviar Sundance. Here's Talladega Sealster at 9-1, trying to get onto level terms. She looked really live in the pocket, and they're sprinting with all they've got at head stretch. Caviar Sundance, Talladega Sealster is coming on the outside. Talladega Sealster is getting up. Talladega Sealster got there to win by a head over Caviar Sundance, then Dashmira, and Tomorrow's Headline only 4th best. Talladega Sealster, and Doug McNair scores a top prize in the Drivers' Charity Challenge. The unofficial superfecta is 7-3-4-6. 7-3-4-6 unofficial from race 6. Doug McNair vaults into second in the Drivers' Charity Challenge by working out the pocket trip win with Talladega Sealster. The 4-year-old bay gelding by Sports Writer. From Titania Sealster by Cam Luck, trained by Patrick Shepard. For Gary Bickford of Windsor, Ontario, Doug McNair worked out the 9-1 pocket trip win. 4th win in 21 starts this year. The quarter times review, 29 seconds, 59, 130, and the win 159-1, Talladega Sealster. That's 29, 59, 130, and the win in 159-1 when made official for Talladega Sealster.
Well, we await prices. Let's catch up with the winning driver, Doug McNair. Thought might see you in the winner's circle before now, Doug, but you've been keeping yourself in the hunt, and this win gets you right into the thick of it now with the second place finish. Did knowing this horse and driving him a little bit recently help you out?
Yeah, I usually don't get along with him that overly well. You know, he's kind of hit and miss. He's one way or the other. Some days he races good, and other days he just races average. And today he got everything worked out perfect for him, and he had no excuses.
Yeah, the 3 quarters looked like he had a lot of pace, just a matter of getting out. And good stretch drive, though. The other horse really extended you right to the wire.
Yeah, you know, mine, I guess, if it comes down to a fight there late, he gets tough and digs in, and he knows how to win some days.
So we're seeing you a lot at Woodbine Mohawk Park in these Grand Circuit Stakes races as well. We've seen a lot of you this year as well at Hanover Raceway. You've been driving there regularly on Saturdays. How have you enjoyed that, doing a bit of double duty on Saturdays?
No, I really enjoy. I was listening to Bob earlier. Same as him, you know. I remember being there 12 years ago when I first started for a couple of years or a few summers. So I really enjoy going back. That's the first time this year I've got to drive there in over 5 years. So I mean, we have a lot of fun there. And it's usually a great atmosphere when there's a lot of people there.
Well, listen, congratulations on this win. A couple of chances left to get back into the win column. Good luck.
Thank you.
Doug McNair, he's looking for a second title in the Clinton Annual Charity Drivers Challenge. He won it back in 2017 and gets himself into the thick of things here with 2 legs left to go. We'll give you a look at the prices for race 6 coming up in just moments.
Super, Greg. 21.20 on the win ticket for Talladega Sealster, 740 and 480. Caviar Sundance, 270, 210, and Dashmira, 690 to show. 20-cent superfecta, $379.72. The exact is $61.60. The dollar try, $241 and a nickel for the combination of 7, 3, 4. The complete finish review. Dusty Lanesam was 5th, Malpine Hammer 6th. Caviar Sundance 2nd, Dashmira 3rd. Kendall Fresco 8th. Tomorrow's headline was 4th. Talladega Sealster wins. Invitation to Dream 7th. From the top, it's 5-1-2-3-8-4-1-7. And now the update on the Drivers' Charity Challenge standings. Sylvain Filion leading at 117 points through 6 races. Doug McNair second, 112. Brett McDonald holding third, 93 points. Trevor Henry is fourth at 75, and Jody Jamieson fifth at 72. In a tie with Austin Sorey, make it Austin Sorey 74 points and Jody Jamieson at 72. So recapping the top five, Sylvain Filion leading 117, Doug McNair second at 112. Followed by Brett McDonald at 93 points. Then Austin Sorey and Jody Jamieson at 74 and 72 points. And Trevor Henry also in the top five at 75 points. Atop the standings, Sylvain Filion leads Doug McNair by 5 points. From the seventh race, one Ace 44 Talent is scratched. So in the Drivers' Charity Challenge, Travis Henry will get a 10-point consolation in the seventh leg. That's Travis Henry, 10 points, consolation in leg 7. Race 7 sponsored by Falconer Funeral Homes. Thanks to Falconer Funeral Homes for their sponsorship and interest and charitable spirit at Clinton Raceway on the Drivers' Charity Challenge program. There's Mockart in motion to lead the 7th race post parade, trained by Larry Fitzsimmons for Michael Arndt. And in the driver's seat, it's Bob McClure. Austin Sorry driving for Chris and John Yake on 3. I Love What I Do. Trevor Henry partners Blue Moose number 4, trained by Isabel Darvaux for Robert Shepard. Brad McDonald driving, trained by Dwayne May for Diane Silvestre, is 5. Come On Barney. Life is Better is number 6, with Doug McNair in the driver's seat, conditioned by Bruce Goyt for Ken Matheson. Stonebridge Scout is number 7, owned by Gladys McCarty, trained by Andy Hardy. Sylvain Filion in the bike. And Jody Jameson completing the field with Savannah Splendor number 8, campaigning for owner-trainer Courtney Robson. They're on the track for the 7th race. Scratch Sick is number 1, Ace 44 Talon, Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, win, place, and show on race 7. A total consensus here on post 4 with Blue Moose. And Trevor Henry, with a victory here, could get right back into the thick of it in the Drivers' Charity Challenge. Blue Moose looking like a real standout here, getting the class and post relief possibly needed to return to victory lane. If I was a win better, I wouldn't be taking the 1-9 price, but maybe looking for exacta and trifecta possibilities. Number 8, Savannah Splendor, sitting at 22-1. Jody Jameson is not out of it and could work out a good trip from the trailing 8 post here. 2 legs to go in the Drivers' Charity Challenge, and still there are 5 drivers with a big chance to win it. So this race will be crucial as far as determining the champion of the Drivers' Charity Challenge. Number 6, Life is Better. Doug McNair, who just won the last event, off a pocket trip with Talladega Sealster. Bruce Goyt trains this one, and Life is Better gets a little bit of a break because of the scratch in the 1 post. So this one will have all the trip options available by virtue of moving in 1 post position. Number 2, Mock Art in Motion, sitting at 9-1. I like this horse a little bit today, getting some class and post relief, and it won't hurt to have Bob McClure in the bike, one of the best in the country. So lots to choose from here. If you don't like 1-5 in post 4, lots of options to go to. Race 7 coming up. Starting gate taking position. Last call now for 7th race wagers. Just 2 events to go in a thrilling Drivers' Charity Challenge that is still way too close to call. Mock Art in Motion, I Love What I Do, and Blue Moose, heavy favorite, move in. Then Come On Barney with Life is Better and Stonebridge Scout. And in the trailing post is Savannah Splendor. It's post time at Clinton Raceway. Condition pace for the 7th. The field is up to speed, and here they come. And they're often pacing in. Blue Moose is under urging to try to get out of there and lead it early. I Love What I Do will be a solid second. Blue Moose reaching up to lead it early in the first turn, and I Love What I Do came away into a solid second spot. Landing down in third was Come On Barney. Mock Art in Motion is fourth. Life is Better on the outside from fifth, and Savannah Splendor second to last, and Stonebridge Scout completes the field of 7. At the quarter, it's all Blue Moose and Trevor Henry with the luxury to rate out on the lead. Closing at 1-9, a 1-9 chalk favorite here is Blue Moose, dictating terms. I Love What I Do takes a trip along there in second. Third off the turn, that's Come On Barney. Brett McDonald with the decision to make, staying put on the cones at this stage as they approach the half. Mock Art in Motion, 2 more lengths back in there from fourth. And Life is Better, Savannah Splendor, and Stonebridge Scout is trailing. Positions unchanged. Blue Moose pulls the train past the half and is getting all of the top-end respect. But there's a 21-1 shot in the deuce, and that's I Love What I Do in the backstretch final time. Come On Barney has had a trip in the 3-hole. Brett McDonald elects to stay welded to the pylons there. So Mock Art in Motion and Bob McClure have come first over, but no more advance yet. Life is Better elects the pylons for Doug McNair, down in 5th position. 3 more lengths. Jody Jameson asks Savannah Splendor for more pace, but there's none to offer. And 3 more to the trailer, Stonebridge Scout. So it's all Blue Moose at head stretch. I Love What I Do off the pocket trip, and they turn for the payoff with Come On Barney on the inside, Mock Art in Motion on the outside. Almost there is Blue Moose. Blue Moose. And Trevor Henry roars back into it in the Drivers' Charity Challenge to win. Up for second was I Love What I Do, then Life is Better, and Mock Art in Motion. Blue Moose, the handiest kind of winner in race 7. (4-3-6-2), the unofficial superfecta of race 7. Unofficial 4-3-6-2. Here's the quarter times review of race 7. 29-1. 58-4, 3/4 128-3, and the mile time 157-4. Blue Moose. That's 29-1, 58-4, 128-3. The win time 157-4. Blue Moose. Blue Moose back for the victory photograph with Trevor Henry. The 5-year-old bay gelding by Badlands Hanover from Whig Party, trained by Isabel Darvaux for Robert Shepard of Flamborough. And driven to victory by Trevor Henry, the third win of 2020 for Blue Moose, in a fine 157-4 as a hot favorite, 230, 210, and 210 across. I Love What I Do, 570 and 380. Life is Better, 350 to show. The dollar trifecta of 4, 3, and 6, $42.15. The exacta of 4 and 3, $35.20. Superfecta 4, 3, 6, and 2, 20-cent ticket, $28.60. The complete finish order, Mock Art in Motion, was fourth. I Love What I Do, second. Blue Moose wins. Come On Barney, fifth. Life is Better, third. Stonebridge Scout finished sixth, and Savannah Splendor, seventh. From the top, scratch, 4, 2, 1, 5, 3, 6, 7. Going into the last leg of the Drivers' Charity Challenge, by virtue of that win in the seventh, Trevor Henry takes a 1-point lead over Doug McNair into the last leg. Trevor Henry, 125 points. Doug McNair, third in the last event in the seventh, sits at 124. Sylvain Filion, a close third, at 117. Austin Sorry, fourth at 99 points. Brett McDonald is fifth at 98 points. So any one of the top five could win it. Trevor Henry, 125. Doug McNair, 124. Just a single point. Then Sylvain Filion, 117, a solid third. Austin Surrey fourth at 99, and Brett McDonald fifth at 98 points, going into the last leg of the Drivers' Charity Challenge. And after that, the All-Ontario Sire Stakes, late pick 4. Now on the monitors, the show photograph from race 7. Showing 6, Life is Better, and Doug McNair finishing 3rd. Over number 2, Mock Art in Motion, and Bob McClure, who was 4th. 6 over 2 in the 7th race show photograph, now posted. Race 8 sponsorship, our thanks to Marita's Fashion Boutique, the greatest little dress shop in the town of Clinton and in the entire region. When in the area, be sure to visit Marita's Fashion Boutique right here on the main street of the town of Clinton. Thanks again to Marita and the ownership of Marita's Fashion Boutique for your intense backing of all of the action here at Clinton Raceway. Just to try to simplify the possibilities for this last leg of the Drivers' Charity Challenge, the top 3, Trevor Henry, Sylvain Filion, and Doug McNair, will clinch with a win in this event. Leading the post parade, Officer Jones with Bob McClure driving, trained by Vic Putty for John Tobin and Limco Incorporated. Larjon Lucky is number 2, and Austin Sori drives for Larry Lane. Trevor Henry in the driver's seat of 3, Levi's Day. Trained by Vic Putty for Bill Maines and Partners. Vic co-owns with Lloyd Stone and Ontario Numbered Incorporated. Brett McDonald, driving partner of the race favorite at this stage, Sir Galahad, trained by Isaac Waxman for Brenda Selwyn Waxman. Brett McDonald aboard. Doug McNair drives 5, Down on My Luck. Patrick Shepard conditions for Robert Woodburn. 6 is Buckaroo, partnered by Sylvain Filion, trained by Jim Kerr for Jack Ramage. Top Royal number 7 has the services of Jody Jameson, trained by Randy Henry for Brydown Farms. And the 8 print media completes this field with Travis Henry up, trained by Richard Moreau for Severiano Spagnolo. The Clinton Legion, number 140, Invitational here in the 8th, sponsored by Marita's Fashion Boutique of Clinton. On this event, Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, Win Place and Show. Post time fast approaching for the 8th, last leg of the Drivers' Charity Challenge. Shannon Sugar Doyle and Lou Sorella both going with Sir Galahad here in the last leg of the Drivers' Charity Challenge as their top choice. Top Royal and Jody Jameson, the top call at 15-1 for Melissa Keith, who's had a really good year selecting here at Clinton Raceway from the U.S. Harness Riders Association of Canada chapter. Sir Galahad and Down on My Luck will be my top 2 choices. Either one of these 2 could win. What a fascinating set of permutations here as to who could win the Drivers' Charity Challenge. What a pleasure and thrill and privilege it is to be here trackside for this fine event. So the way it is shaken out, Trevor Henry has a chance to win. So does Doug McNair, and so does Sylvain Filion. If they win this race in the 8th, they will be the champion of the Drivers' Charity Challenge. 2 other drivers have accumulated enough points to have a chance to win, and that would be Brett McDonald, who is at 98 points, and Austin Sorey is not out of it. He could win the Drivers' Charity Challenge. He's at 99 points, but he would need Trevor Henry and Doug McNair both out of the top 2. So for Brett McDonald or Austin Sorey to win the Drivers' Charity Challenge, they need to win this race, and they need both of Trevor Henry and Doug McNair out of the exacta. So that's just some of the fascinating permutations here, but simplest way to look at it is that Trevor Henry, Doug McNair, and Sylvain Filion can clinch the Drivers' Charity Challenge with a win in this 8th race. As they come up to the post on form, Sir Galahad and Down on My Luck, coming from much tougher company at Woodbine Mohawk Park, they look to be the top 2 logical favorites. And in fact, both of them raced first over in their last outing at Mohawk. So I expect either Sir Galahad or Down on My Luck to come up a winner here. And Doug McNair has a big chance to win it. He's got a live-looking horse that fits the class great in sharp current form. That's just my take on the race, but it's going to be a fascinating ending. And really, there's a long way to go because we're also going to be unveiling a new concept, an all-Ontario Sire Stakes late pick 4 here at Clinton Raceway for your enjoyment and handicapping pleasure. But lots of high drama here to go as we wind down the Drivers' Charity Challenge. The excitement is building and building here in the moments leading up to 8th race post time. Starting gate is in position. The gate's in motion. So for the 8th race, the Clinton Legion Branch 140 Invitational, sponsored by Marita's Fashion Boutique of Clinton, Officer Jones, L'Argent Lucky, and Levi's Day. Co-favored Sir Galahad and Down on My Luck in the middle. Buckaroo, Top Royal. From the outside, in the 8 post is Print Media. The championship on the line here for the Drivers' Charity Challenge. The 8th race is in motion, up to speed, and at the start. And they're off and pacing. 5 of them leave out of there together. L'Argent Lucky, Levi's Day, Sir Galahad, Down on My Luck, Buckaroo. They went in a 5-wide configuration, and they're still charging on into that first turn. L'Argent Lucky took just a short lead, about to yield it though. Sir Galahad driving on the outside, on the way to the quarter call, and on the outside, Buckaroo is right with them and going to forge on to the lead. 2 more lengths to Levi's Day, landing down in there from 4th. Officer Jones is 5th. Taken off the pace was Down on My Luck, Top Royal second to last, and Print Media was the trailer, parking way past the quarter. Buckaroo remains parked by Sir Galahad, and they're having a huge top-end tussle here. Could be setting it up for the closers as Sir Galahad and Brett McDonald parks out Buckaroo off stride L'Argent Lucky. Now inheriting 3rd, that's Officer Jones on the outside of Levi's Day. There's the top 4 as Buckaroo finally tucks into the pocket. And that on the outside now uncovered is Officer Jones. They're in the backstretch final time. Here comes a fresh Down on My Luck, and Doug McNair lurking second over on the backstretch. Top Royal, Jody Jameson. He's the first to go 3 wide in the 3rd quarter. Behind horses is Print Media, and out of it after a break, L'Argent Lucky. Sir Galahad and Brett McDonald trying to win the last leg of the Drivers' Charity Challenge, stalling on the outside, Down on My Luck, so McNair is in big trouble there. Bob McClure came on for second with Officer Jones. Jody Jameson third on the outside with Top Royal. They're all trying to reach Brett McDonald on the lead with Sir Galahad. Sir Galahad is almost there. Officer Jones coming. Sir Galahad and Brett McDonald may have unofficially clinched the Drivers' Charity Challenge there. If Sir Galahad held off Officer Jones, Top Royal was third. Hang on a few moments while we figure it all out. Brett McDonald has unofficially clinched the Drivers' Charity Challenge. The unofficial superfecta is 4-1-5-7. Brett McDonald has clinched the Drivers' Charity Challenge with a dramatic win in the final leg with Sir Galahad. The veteran gelding by American Ideal from Cameron G by Cam Luck. Trained by Isaac Waxman for Brenda Selwyn Waxman. The 4th win in 6 starts this year, Sir Galahad. Prevailing in the last leg of the Drivers' Charity Challenge, receiving the presentation from Marita's Fashion Boutique of Clinton.
All right, while we await prices and the rest of the drivers to make their way down to the winner's enclosure, Brett McDonald, that's the way you want to do it, right? Comes down to the last leg, and you needed a win. You got it, and the title is yours. How does it feel?
Oh, it feels pretty good. I kind of had an on and off day, so it was really good.
Did you have a game plan with this guy in mind going into the race?
He likes the front end, so I thought if I could get there, he'd be tough on it.
Was there ever a thought of letting the other horse go, or did you think this is the way I'm going to have to drive him to win this?
When we got that far, I said, well, we might as well take a shot, so it worked out.
Now, it's not official yet, but you've also put yourself in really good position, I believe, to clinch your first ever Clinton driver's title. So separate from winning this competition today, how does that feel?
It feels good. Kind of worked away all summer, so it's nice.
Well, good stuff. Congratulations on both counts, and your colleagues are going to be making the way down to join you for the presentation. Well done.
Thanks, Greg.
So Brett McDonald, Frank, high drama, you mentioned it, and what a way to wrap up this year's edition of the Driver Challenge, one of the best ever.
Right on, Greg. Super coverage down there. Thanks to all the drivers for giving freely of their time to fill us in on what's happening in the race bikes and at track level. And indeed, Brett McDonald has clinched the Drivers' Charity Challenge by virtue of a final leg victory, with all of Doug McNair, Trevor Henry, and Sylvain Filion out of exacta finishes. So Brett McDonald clinches, and Sir Galahad kicks back 490, 310, and 250. Officer Jones, 710 and 350. Down on my luck, 250. The exacta was 26.10. The dollar trifecta, $50.55. The dollar superfecta, $354.60. The complete finish order: Officer Jones second, Larjon Lucky was eighth, Levi's Day was fifth. Sir Galahad wins, and Brett McDonald clinches the Drivers' Charity Challenge title. Down on my luck was third, Buckaroo seventh, Top Royal was fourth, Print Media 6. From the top, 285, 13, 746. And the quarter times review, 28 and 4, 57, 127 and 4. Sir Galahad in 157 flat. Sir Galahad 157 in the 8th.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to direct your attention back. We've got all the drivers with us here for the presentation, and Rick Shropshill, who is with the Clinton Legion, the president, and wanted just a quick word with you, Rick. And what's it mean to have the Raceway, such a big part of the community, support you guys and what you're doing?
It means a lot to us because it helps us get through the winter most of the time and covers our expenses, which is quite high, obviously. With what's going on right now, we're just basically just reopening, so anybody that wants to help us, we appreciate it very much.
What did you think of the competition today? It came right down to the wire.
Well, isn't that the way you want it? Very close and quite competitive.
Absolutely. So again, we want to thank all our drivers, ladies and gentlemen. How about a nice hand? What a show they put on today. And congratulations again to Brett McDonald coming out on top for the first time. And a wonderful day all the way around. Let's go back up to Frank for a little bit more as we wrap up the Drivers' Challenge portion of the day and look ahead to Ontario Sire Stakes for the last 4 races this afternoon.
Right on, Greg, and lots of work to do and lots of great action still to come in these last 4 races. And all Ontario Sire Stakes pick 4. Races 9 through 12 coming up. The complete scoring from the Drivers' Charity Challenge. Brett McDonald, the winner. Doug McNair, second. The margin was 148 points for Brett McDonald to 136 by Doug McNair. Then Trevor Henry was third at 130. Sylvain Filion fourth at 117. Followed by Austin Sorey, Jody Jameson, Bob McClure, and Travis Henry. Just as a point of interest, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to be more involved with following along on the Ontario Sire Stakes Trail, the fillies you're about to see today, they'll all be going back to Mohawk for the lead up to the Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots Series final over the course of the next 4 or 5 weeks down at Woodbine Mohawk Park. And we invite you to check out the website. It's a great way to follow along and get all the information and get more of a personal update and handle on the Ontario racing scene at OntarioSiresStakes.com. That's OntarioSiresStakes.com. They're entering the track for the Ontario Sire Stakes in the 9th race. Brydown Better Be is number 1 with Trevor Henry aboard, trained by Randy Henry for Brydown Farms. Bet You Love Me is number 2. Jay Harris aboard, trained by Mark Herlihy for Rebecca Williamson. Bob McClure is in the driver's seat, hired to drive by Isabel Darvaux, Robert Shepard. Better Kiss the Man is number 3. Jody Jameson earns the mount on 4, Chief's Dream Girl, trained by Jack Moiseyev for High Stakes Incorporated. Sonobel is number 5, and Austin Sorry's up, conditioned by Vic Putty for John Marvento and Joe Arcaro. There's Brett McDonald to drive 6, Katie Roses, conditioned by Heather Pickett, sharing ownership with Rick Pickett. Sylvain Filion is hired to drive 7, Amity, trained by Richard Moreau for Tess Waxman and David Morgan. Feisty Betty completing this field, number 8, trained by Sean Stacy for Hudson Standardbred. And his first mount today for James McDonald. James McDonald in the bike, fresh off of engineering an $88 plus winner in the Canadian Pacing Derby last night with Dorsaduro Hanover, James McDonald, and he's the driver of Feisty Betty, number 8 in the 9th. So they're all on the track and scoring out, readying for the All Ontario Sire Stakes late pick 4 at Clinton Raceway. And the view of the selectors, Sugar Doyle and Melissa Keith, landing on number 7, Amity, with Sylvain Filion in the bike after his near miss in the Drivers' Charity Challenge. The dissenting opinion goes to Lou Sorella, on to number 2, Bet You Love Me. And I'm going to go in a different direction from them with the top pick on my ticket. And that'd be number 4, Chief's Dream Girl, for the combination of Jack Moiseyev and driver Jody Jameson. Jody didn't have the best of the draw luck today in the Drivers' Charity Challenge, but made a great account of himself, as he always does. And I think that Chief's Dream Girl in the 4-post here, she chased a fast pace and was closing well in that last start at Mohawk. Jack Moiseyev trains this one. A lot of us more years accumulated will have many memories of Jack Moiseyev in the bike. But here he's training nowadays, and he's got, I think, a live prospect sitting on the board at 7-2 in Chief's Dream Girl. From what I've seen of the warm-ups of the later races, you better give some coverage down in the 12th race in this late pick 4. I don't usually look this far ahead, but since it is our first ever All-Ontario Sire Stakes pick 4, Carnival Heart, number 6 in the 12th race, looking ahead. This filly had a fantastic final warm-up a few moments ago with J.B. Renault in the bike. I had her on my stopwatch at about 28 seconds for the last quarter of her workout mile. So if you are looking for the possibility of a single, or certainly one to use in the last leg of your All-OSS Pick 4, I'm certainly sold on Carnival Heart, number 6, in the 12th race from what I just saw a few moments ago here trackside in her final warm-up mile. And it's all part of the thrill of the action. We're heading up to the All-Ontario Sire Stakes, late pick 4 at Clinton Raceway. Sugar Doyle has been generous enough with his time to assemble a late pick 4 ticket, and he's gone 5 deep here in this wide open first leg. In the 10th race and the 11th, he's going 3 deep, and he does include Carnival Heart, who had that fantastic final warm-up moments ago in the last leg in the 12th. Good luck with your selections, and there for your consideration is the 20-cent late pick 4 ticket assembled by Shannon Sugar Doyle of Western Fair Raceway. Starting gate car takes position. Horses are called in. They're lining up. Sylvain Filion first on the gate with 7 Amity. Here we go for the All-Ontario Sire Stakes late pick 4 at Clinton Raceway. Bright Down Better Be with Bet You Love Me and Better Kiss the Men. Then Chief's Dream Girl and Sono Bello in the middle. Katie Roses, Amity on the outside, and in the 8 post, Feisty Betty. The Ontario Sire Stakes, Ontario Harness Racing's great traveling road show at Clinton Raceway. Here they come for the 9th. They're off and pacing, and Bob McClure had it timed right out to win the break with Better Kiss the Men. Better Kiss the Men has assumed command into the first turn, and Brydown Better Be is endeavoring to hold second, but she's being passed on the outside by a charging Bet You Love Me, and Jay Harris forging to the lead. Still coming is Amity on the outside. And Filion is out of options. He's got to try to drive onto the top and press the issue on the front end there. 5 fillies back for Feisty Betty. Third from last, we find Jody Jameson and Chief's Dream Girl. And the last pair at the quarter were Katie Roses and Sono Bello. Completed the field. Amity parked to the quarter, but reached the lead for Sylvain Filion and brings him up towards the half. It's Amity showing the way after the early park out problem. And it's Amity taking a second panel breather, but still going a good clip here. Bet You Love Me right there tagging along for the trip second. Better Kiss the Men, the first leader, suddenly back in third. And Jameson comes first over with Chief's Dream Girl just past halftime completion. They're ready for the final 3/8 of the mile, and served up second over for the backstretch is Sono Bello up on the move. Brydown Better Be shuffled back to 6th. Feisty Betty is out to the flow from 7th, and the backstretch trailer is Katie Roses, still looking strong. Amity and Chief's Dream Girl working well first over, and Jameson really isn't urging this one much yet. Amity still going well. First over was Chief's Dream Girl. She's now a length in arrears. The loose pocket sitter, Bet You Love Me, and they come to the top of the stretch with Better Kiss the Men brought off the cones from 4th. Amity at 9-2 is a Clinton stretch drive away. Chief's Dream Girl never went away. Chief's Dream Girl. Amity is asked to get up to the wire. Here comes Chief's Dream Girl. Amity holding on. It appeared by a diminishing head in a heart-pounding finish in the Ontario Sire Stakes over Chief's Dream Girl. Then Bet You Love Me. And it's an Ontario Sire Stakes thriller, Amity, right there with Chief's Dream Girl in the 9th. (7-4-2-3) posted as the unofficial superfecta of race 9. 7-4-2-3. The quarter times recap: 28-2, 58-1, 128-3, and the win time 158-2 for Amity. That's 28-2, 58-1, 128-3, and the win in 158-2 earned by Amity. Now back in the Clinton Raceway winner's circle. The 2-year-old brown filly by Sports Writer, from St. Lad's Hailaroo by Presidential Ball, trained by Richard Moreau for Tess Waxman and David Morgan of Ridgeville and Hamilton, and driven to victory by Sylvain Filion. That's her 3rd win in 8 starts this year. 158-2. Hard-fought victory for Amity in the 9th when made official. $11.10 on the win ticket by Amity. 410 and 280. Chief's Dream Girl, $4 and 210. Bet You Love Me, $2.30. The exacta, $35.10. The dollar trifecta, 7, 4, and 2, $39.10. And the dollar superfecta, 7, 4, 2, and 3, $84.35. The complete finish order: Brightdown Better Be was 5th. Bet You Love Me 3rd. Better Kiss the Man 4th. Chief's Dream Girl 2nd. Sono Bello 7th. Katie Rose 6th. Amity wins. Feisty Betty 8th. From the top, 5, 3, 4, 2, 7, 6, 1, 8. Now we direct your attention into the winner's circle for presentations to the top trainer and driver of 2020. Another memorable summer, almost in the record books here at Clinton Raceway. Greg Blanchard will pick up our coverage in moments.
All right, thank you, Frank. And yes, indeed, a pair of gentlemen winning their first titles here at Clinton Raceway. Top driver Brett McDonald, Patrick Shepard takes home the hardware as a top driver. So how about a nice hand, ladies and gentlemen, for these guys? They've been a major force all season long here. So they got their Clinton Raceway brand new ball caps and some swag for part of that as well. So congratulations, gentlemen. We've already talked to Brett a bunch of times today, so maybe we'll just have a quick word with Patrick while we're here. What's it mean to you, Patrick? You know, you guys put a lot of miles on your vehicles running up and down the highways all summer to race at these tracks. To win a training title's got to be special.
Yeah, for sure. We run our trucks pretty hard, and I've been racing in Clinton for a lot of years, and yeah, it's nice to win.
Out of curiosity, how many miles or kilometers do you think you put on a vehicle in the run of a year?
I don't know, a lot. I wear them out pretty quick, I know that.
In terms of the kinds of horses that you know it takes to win a training title here, what kind of an operation are you running currently, and what are your ultimate goals?
You know, we're looking to get some better horses and stuff, and we race, you know, B-track horses here, and I had some luck and had some good drivers driving for me, like Doug McNair and Austin and Brad and drivers like that, so it makes my job easy.
Anybody you'd like to, you know, that could be watching today, you'd want to thank that helped you get to this point?
Yeah, definitely all my owners. They're a big part of it. They supply the horses, and I get the job done, and you know, and my staff. Couldn't do anything without them.
Congratulations. Good luck the rest of the year.
All right, thanks a lot.
All right, that's Patrick Shepard. Frank, getting it done. And boys, still a lot left to go here this afternoon, Frank. 3 more OSS races. It's been a great one so far.
Right on, Greg. Congratulations to Patrick Shepard and Brett McDonald, respectively the tops of the trainer and driver standings in 2020. Still 3 races to go before we put the lid on this year at Clinton Raceway, and they are 3 big ones, all in the Ontario Sire Stakes. In the 10th, no changes. No changes in the 10th. Offering superfecta, trifecta exacta, win, place, and show wagering. Now on display, the win photo from the 9th race, showing number 7, Amity, nosing out 4, Chief's Dream Girl. 7/4 in the win photo, now posted from the Ontario Sire Stakes 9th race. The 10th race, sponsored by Gold Coast Landscaping. On the web at gcl.ca. Thanks again to the great folks at Gold Coast Landscaping for your sponsorship of the Drivers' Charity Challenge Day and the Ontario Sire Stakes at Clinton Raceway. Here come the Ontario Sire Stakes fillies and their drivers for the 10th race. In the All-Ontario Sire Stakes, late pick 4, from a total pool of $2,700, $596 in live money remaining. Trevor Henry driving, one Virtual Success. Trained by Rob Fellows for Yolanda Fellows. 2 is French Shaker, partnered by Travis Henry. For Windermere Stable, trained by Chantal Mitchell. Dr. Ian Moore and driver Jody Jameson team up for owner Francois Lecomte with 3 Right 1. Bob McClure is driving for trainer Blake McIntosh, owner Leanne Murphy. Number 4 is Sports Duchess. Doug McNair for trainer and owner Greg McNair. On 5, Siri Blue Chip. The Barn Dogs Watchin' is number 6. Conditioned by Ron McDonald for Julie Ferguson, and Brett McDonald is the reinsman. James McDonald up to drive. Trained by Sean Stacy is Katie's Delight, number 7, for Landmark 13 Stable. And number 8, Celia Bayama, has Sylvain Fillion aboard. Trained by Richard Moreau for Bayama Farms. The Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots Division, carrying a purse of almost $23,000. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Win, Place, and Show on the 10th. And we have divided opinions of all of our panel of selectors here. Shannon Sugar Doyle going with Sports Duchess on the top of the ticket. Melissa Keith landing on my top choice, Celia Bayama. And Lou Cirella going a different direction onto the Post 1 starter, Virtual Success. And I landed on Celia Bayama here on the basis of the way this one looks on the track. It is a day and age where many of you out there can't be at the track, so I'll try as far as is possible to watch their last warm-up miles and their demeanor on the racetrack. Celia Bayama, as you can see, was treated like a newborn baby, probably, down in Quebec by Yves Fillion. The time that she wasn't in the top 3 in her career, that was a first career start at Rito Carlton. And check the fractions of that race. She came her own back half in 57 seconds just to get acclimatized to what it was all about and what she's supposed to do. And I think Sylvain Fillion, for the day he's having, is going to have this one in a good position. Of course, he is a little bit at the mercy of the trip from the trailing post position, but I like Celia Bayama, so I'm on side with Melissa Keith here on a top selection for this 10th race. Also, you saw these connections win just a race ago. Richard Moreau and Sylvain Fillion prevailed in the first division with Amity. And again, it's good to watch these fillies because they're going to be assembling at Mohawk over the next month after this start today in the lead up to the Grassroots Series Championship in a few weeks from now. So it's really great to see them and their capabilities and tendencies in these final few starts of the season as they accumulate their points to get into that Grassroots Series Championship final for the big money coming up early October at Mohawk. And there's Sylvain Fillion in front of the grandstand right now. Celia Bayama having a good, strong final score out. 2 minutes to post time, under 2 to the 10th. The gate is now in position. Last call for 10th race wagers on the Ontario Sire Stakes. Virtual Success in the last click goes down to 2-1 favoritism, flanked by French Shaker and Right One. For the Ian Moore and Jody Jameson combination, going to go off at 6-1 in post 3. Sports Duchess, she just went down to 2-1 co-favorite. Siri Blue Chip, the Barn Dogs watching, Katie's Delight, and in the 8-post Celia Bayama. Low angle, great camera coverage there. They're up to speed. It's 10th race post time at the start. They're off and pacing, and Right One leaves out one of the two best. Sports Duchess on her outside will try to clear the lead. Sports Duchess about to cross over and give a pocket trip to Right One over to the backstretch. And just behind that speed, landing out in third, was Doug McNair with Siri Blue Chip. They're on their way to the quarter pole. Fourth in line, the Barn Dogs watching. Virtual Success is into the front 5. Celia Bayama is going to need some second half flow. She's 6 back there. Second to last is Katie's Delight for James McDonald. And the quarter call trailer, French Shaker. So at that quarter, Bob McClure has Sports Duchess doing all the good things out on the lead, and it's a solid-looking pair. On the loose pocket sitter, Right One. Siri Blue Chip is third. Coming first up is Virtual Success on the outside as they approach halftime completion. And now Fish to the outside. Here comes Siri Blue Chip first over. Siri Blue Chip first over on Sports Duchess. In the loose pocket is Right One, and Virtual Success is second over. Celia Bayama moves to the outside on the flank of the Barn Dogs watching. As they round the turn, Katie's Delight has one beaten, and French Shaker has been the trailer since the outset. Into the backstretch, it's still Sports Duchess and Bob McClure calling all of the shots. Grinding it first over has been Siri Blue Chip, a long way on the outside. She's trying to ratchet up the pressure. 3 wide, Celia Bayama. Celia Bayama ready for takeoff, and she's 3 wide and gaining ground into the final turn. She's overtaking Virtual Success and Right One. There's the top 5 on that final turn. Shuffled out of it was the Barn Dogs watching. They come to the top of the stretch. Making all the pace was Sports Duchess. Sports Duchess trying to seal it out. Popping out again is Siri Blue Chip to chase to the line. Sports Duchess wires the field over Siri Blue Chip. Celia Bayama was third. They were 4 across for 4th place. And Sports Duchess and Bob McClure for Blake McIntosh go the route as a 7-5 favorite. The unofficial superfecta is 4583. 4583, the unofficial top 4. Here's the winner, Sports Duchess. She a 2-year-old bay filly by Sports Writer from My Ideal by Western Ideal. Trained by Blake McIntosh for Leanne Murphy of St. George, Ontario, and Stuart McIntosh of Essex, Ontario, and driven to victory by Bob McClure. And it's an outstanding mile, a life's mark, 157 and 3. 2-year-old filly pace. Outstanding mile here in Clinton for Sports Duchess, 157 and 3. The quarter times recap: 29 and 1, 59 and 3, 3 quarters 129, and the win time 157 and 3. Sports Duchess, when posted official. $4.80 on the win ticket, Sports Duchess, $3 and $2.60. Siri Blue Chip, $4.20 and $6.50 to show. Celia Bayama, $4.60. The dollar superfecta, $341.30 for the combination of 4, 5, 8, and 3. The exacta, $34.70, and the dollar try, $64.55. The complete finish order review: Virtual Success was 5th, French Shaker 7th, Right One 4th. Sports Duchess wins 157 and 3. Siri Blue Chip 2nd, The Barn Dogs Watchin' 6th, Katie's Delight was 8th, Celia Bayama 3rd. From the top, 5741, 2683. Now on the display is the win photo. From the 10th, Sports Duchess wins over Siri Blue Chip. 4/5. The win photo now on display from the 10th. The fourth place photograph from the 10th race now posted. Number 3, Right One, finishing fourth between horses. Over number 1, Virtual Success, and number 6, The Barn Dogs Watchin'. 3 over 1 and 6 in the fourth place photo to bottom out the Superfecta in the 10th. The 11th race sponsor is Canadian Tire of Godrich, your local Canadian Tire store, thanks to Canadian Tire of Godrich. New wager added to the menu this day for your consideration is the late double in the 11th and 12th. Late daily double offered on the 11th and 12th. The late pick 4 from a total pool of $2,700, $135 in live money remaining. Here they come on 11th race post-parade. Treasure's Gem is number 1. Sylvain Filion is aboard, trained by Tony Beaton for Don Lachide. James McDonald is in the bike of 2, Control the Thong, trained by Dominique Gladieux for owner Roger Bourgeois. Daryl Thiessen is in the bike of Cooler Than Colby, number 3, trained by Mark Herlihy for Rebecca Williamson. Connie McTaggart co-owns Cooler Than Colby. Bettina Seelster is number 4, campaigning for Jack Darling Stables with Jody Jameson. Steal Me a Treasure, number 5, has Austin Sorry to the driver's seat, trained by Vic Putty for Lloyd Stone. Better Country, number 6, with Trevor Henry aboard, conditioned by Rob Fellows for Irma and Blair Corbeil. There's Doug McNair partnering Watching Cassie, number 7, owned by John DeVito, trained by Dolores Basilone. CL Sports Extreme is number 8, partnered by Bob McClure, trained by Denis Fontaine for les Écuries Leblanc. The Ontario Sire Stakes 3rd Grassroots Series Division 2-year-old pacing fillies for the purse of $22,800. And it is the start of the late daily double, offering a special late double on the Ontario Sire Stakes. Also, this event offers Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, Win Place and Show on the 11th. Well, Sugar Doyle and Lou Cirella landing on Control the Thong. Number 2, that's going to be my second choice. on the basis of this one getting burned on a front-end try last time. Melissa Keith, again, and I are in agreement here, and our horse is sitting at 9-2 in the last couple of minutes to post time here, and that's number 8, CL Sports Extreme. Comes in really sharp form that impresses me. Can make 2 moves in a race, and I thought there's nothing to complain about from that last outing by CL Sports Extreme. Denis Fontaine and Bob McClure, you just saw him rein in a winner in a thrilling fashion in the 10th race with Sports Duchess. Now from post 8, the trip options are going to be a lot different than they were last time. He won't be able to see the front unobstructed like last time, but I still think he's got a very live-looking mount here at a generous enough price of 5-2. I hope something like that will hold up here for the 11th race. Number 4, Patina Sealster. This is the major question mark in the race here, in my view, coming off of a 6 scratch. However, Jack Darling has a long history of training success here in the Ontario jurisdiction, and he sends out Patina Sealster. And even though there is a 6 scratch on the top line, you would have to think that she is in racing shape and form. And again, we remind you that these fillies are under the gun, so to speak, because they need the points. They need top finishes to get into the big money Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots Series final. And if you want to follow all the standings and keep up with the events, go to OntarioSiresStakes.com. And you can see the standings and just what kind of positions they are in coming into each race. And it really will build your interest and your continuity and understanding of the situation as the Ontario Sire Stakes campaign rolls on each year. We're really happy to have them here in Clinton this day. Sugar Doyle has also put forward a late daily double ticket, and he does include My Key in the 12th race, who is number 6, Carnival Heart. But he goes 4 deep in the 12th race and 3 deep on Treasure's Gem, Control the Thong, and CL Sports Extreme here in the 11th for your consideration. Good luck with how you see it. Keep it fun. And another Ontario Sire Stakes event looms in less than 2 minutes here at Clinton Raceway. Starter has issued the drivers the 1-minute warning. The starting gate takes position. Last few seconds. The gates in motion. Treasure's Gem with Control of the Thong. Cooler Than Colby, start at the inside. Patina Sealster, Steal Me a Treasure, then Better Country, and Watching Cassie from the outside. In the 8-post CL Sports Extreme, it's post time for the 11th race at Clinton Raceway. Third division of the Ontario Sire Stakes. Grassroots Series, 2-year-old pacing fillies. Watching Cassie off stride. The rest are off and pacing, and Patina Sealster looks for a big start. Just to her inside, Cooler Than Colby and Treasure's Gem. Playing some early hardball right there along the inside. It's Cooler Than Colby. And Daryl Thiessen sweeping up to lead it. Going to guard that pocket, Treasure's Gem. Patina Sealster got caught a little extra wide there. Now Jameson settles her. And Filion moves out of the pocket with Treasure's Gem to the lead. Patina Sealster still parked out and driving hard. Better Country back along the inside, sits fourth. CL Sports Extreme saw that from fifth. Steal Me a Treasure is the sixth one to pass the quarter. Gapped off in the backfield after early trouble are Watching Cassie, and second to last past the quarter was Control the Thong, a long way back and a lot of work to do. Patina Sealster, the lone gray in the field, she shows the way at the half for Jody Jameson and Jack Darling by a hard-held length and a quarter. Treasures Gem along in second, Cooler, then Colby is third. Better Country, she moves first over for Trevor Henry out of fourth position and spotted up second over on that lower turn, and looking to continue the advance is CL Sports Extreme, but she may have to soon go three wide, and she does right now. CL Sports Extreme, three high to clear off a stalled Better Country. Three wide out of the backfield is Steal Me a Treasure, and way back in the backfield are Control the Thong. Watching Cassie is out of it. Look at this move. CL Sports Extreme, just like that, takes the lead and draws away on the final turn. Bob McClure has this one on a huge lead. Patina Sealster off stride. It's all CL Sports Extreme into the top of the stretch. After a sweeping backstretch move, she's got an insurmountable late stretch lead and is going to win it on cruise control. It's Bob McClure again. CL Sports Extreme alone in front. And Treasure's Gem is going to stay there for second. Saving third on the pylons was Control the Thong from a long way back. Cooler Than Colby was fourth. CL Sports Extreme, a big-time winner in the 11th. There's going to be a judge's inquiry. Breaking horses from the 11th race. Please hold all tickets. The 11th race under a general inquiry due to breaking horses. Judges call a general inquiry for breaking horses at several points of the 11th race. The quarter times recap, 29:58, 129, and the win in 1:58 and 3, CL Sports Extreme. Back to the winner's photograph, the 2-year-old sports writer filly from Vitalitas Gem by Cam's Card Shark, trained by Denis Fontaine for Les Écuries Leblanc of Saint-Eustache, Quebec. Driven to victory by Bob McClure for consecutive winners in the Ontario Sire Stakes at Clinton. CL Sports Extreme scores in 1:58 and 3 when made official. Now on the display portion of the 11th race, under judges' inquiry, watching the first turn break by number 2, who eventually finished third. After judges' review, no violations. The judges find insufficient reason for any changes. Number 2, Control the Thong, did make a first turn break, but did obey all of the racing rules and did not interfere with any other horses. Posted results will stand. No violations. .580, 270, and 210 across on CL Sports Extreme. Treasure's Gem, 520 and 270. Control the Thong, 210. The dollar Superfecta, $222 even on the combination of 8, 1, 2, 3. The Exacta, $27.80, and the dollar Try, $32 and a nickel for the combination of 8, 1, 2. The complete finish order. Treasure's Gem was second. Control the Thong, third. Cooler Than Colby was fourth. Bettina Seelster seventh. Steal Me a Treasure sixth. Better Country was fifth. Watching Cassie was eighth. CL Sports Extreme, the 11th race winner, in 158 and 3. From the top, it's 2, 3, 4, 7, 6, 5, 8, 1. The 12th and final race is next. No changes. Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, win, place, and show wagers on the 12th from Clinton. In the late pick four, $44 remaining from the total pool of $2,700. Clinton Raceway Incorporated, proud to sponsor this final race of the 2020 campaign. Thanks to everyone in attendance and watching everywhere for making it a most memorable season in the toughest of circumstances. For all of your interest and support, we thank you from Clinton Raceway Incorporated, about to put the lid on another memorable campaign of harness racing here in the Central Huron region of Ontario. Here they are on post parade. Marvelous Kiss is number one, and Doug McNair takes the call for Rob Fellows, Yolanda Fellows, and partners on one Marvelous Kiss. Two is Sweet Pink, partnered by Bob McClure. Nick Galushi, conditions for Millar Farms. Salzburg-Kesey is number four, and Daryl Thiessen is in the driver's seat, conditioned by Mark Herlihy for Laverne Turnbull and Rebecca Williamson. She's Got It All is number four. Jason Day make it to Jason Ryan to the driver's seat for Rick Zeron and Hut Stable. She's Got It All, number four, with Jason Ryan. James McDonald driving. Smile for Me, Sarah is number five. Tony Beaton co-owns and trains, co-owned by David Mercer. Six is Carnival Heart with J.B. Reno in the bike, trained by Julie Walker, co-owning with Terry Freed and Darlene Carr. And Sylvain Filion drives 7 Sports Fire, conditioned by Dan Legacy for Fred Brayford. The Ontario Sire Stakes, 4th Grassroots Series Division, 2-year-old pacing fillies, brings us to the final event of 2020 on this sacred ground here at Clinton Raceway, which for so many of us has given us so many great summer memories of a lifetime over the decades, and more to come right here in this final event of the year. And in my estimation, it looks like kind of a 2-horse race. And although it's purely coincidental, I'm on side with Melissa Keith's top selection again, with Carnival Heart here to top the field in the 12th race. Looking at the selectors' opinions, Sugar Doyle, for great reason, goes with Sports Fire. And personally, and from all of us here at Clinton Raceway, thanks again for making this a most memorable season. For a lot of the months late last winter, we weren't sure in this jurisdiction whether we'd get racing at all. And it turned out to be a fantastic year, all things considered, here at Clinton Raceway. I want to take pause to thank my colleagues Greg Blanchard and Tim O'Connor, who shared these microphones at Clinton Raceway this year, bringing you the action. The TV crew, all of the horse people who make this possible, the track staff, the racing commission judges, everybody who makes the show go round and round year in, year out. A great year about to come to a conclusion. Going to see the field of horses come past the memorable Red Barn on the north turn over there. Always gets me a little choked up because I have 30 years of memories from here at Clinton Raceway. Also, I want to make mention of a slip I just made in post-parade. I started to name Jason Ryan as Jason Day, so I'm sorry that thought about the PGA Tour kept into my thoughts there for just a moment. But back to the serious business of handicapping this race. Carnival Heart had a fantastic final warm-up. Now back here on track, just before the 9th race, Carnival Heart, I caught her going a big final warm-up mile. Her final quarter was in about 28 seconds flat, and I'll be very surprised if she is not coming up to a great race here in the 12th. And also look at the connections. They had Profound Paragon here back on July 5th to be a romping winner in the Ontario Sire Stakes. And Carnival Heart is the only 3-time winner in the field. In fact, she has 3 wins to her credit this year. That's more than the rest of the field combined in this race. On that basis alone, it looks like number 7, Sportsfire, should be the only logical competition to Carnival Heart. She is already a 2-time winner this year in the Ontario Sire Stakes program, so take note of how she performs today, and you'll get another chance to handicap her in the grassroots races at Mohawk this fall, leading up to the Grassroots Series Championship Final. So with somewhat of a heavy heart, we say, the starting gate car moves into position for the final time of 2020 at Clinton Raceway, and the field is called in. Marvelous Kiss and Sweet Pink with Salzburg Easy. Then She's Got It All, Smile for Me, Sarah. Carnival Heart and Sportsfire at the outside. They've just passed the historic North Turn Red Barn there. They're at the top of the stretch. It's 12th race post time for the 2020 finale at Clinton Raceway. The 12th race in motion at a start. They're off and pacing. The inside 3 went out. Marvelous Kiss, Sweet Pink, and Salzburg Easy, joined by Sportsfire, who is leaving up from the extreme outside. Leaving out 3rd from last and getting seated early along the inside. That was She's Got It All, then Smile for Me, Sarah. And Carnival Heart has gone to the rear of the field. Sweeping up on the outside, here comes Sylvain Filion with Sportsfire. Sportsfire is parked out over to the quarter and beyond by Marvelous Kiss and Doug McNair. Some first quarter hardball there. Sportsfire at 7-2 finally takes the lead. Sitting along in second, that's Marvelous Kiss, and Sweet Pink is third. Salzburg Easy remains 4th in line, and here's the first up mover. It's out of the 3-hole by Bob McClure, and Sweet Pink coming first over early on in this one. On the move on the outside 4th, but gapping well in cover, Salzburg Easy, as Sweet Pink is working hard to try to take the lead. Then on the outside, She's Got It All ahead of Carnival Heart, and Smile for Me, Sarah has backslid to the trailing position in the field. We have a new leader in this one. Sweet Pink at 4-1, and Bob McClure lead him on the backstretch for the final time. Following up in second is Sportsfire. 3 wide out of the backfield, looking wide as She's Got It All. Pinned down along the inside, Marvelous Kiss. Yet to be asked is Carnival Heart, but now she's going to wind up and look 3 and 4 wide. The distance trailer is Smile for Me, Sarah. On that final turn, trying to steal away and seal the victory is Sweet Pink. Following up second, Sportsfire. In behind a heavy wall of traffic, nowhere to go for Carnival Heart, and they come to the top of the stretch in the 2020 finale in Clinton. And leading them down the stretch drive is Bob McClure with Sweet Pink bringing it home. Sweet Pink will be up to win it. Sportsfire is second, bearing out third, She's Got It All, and a traffic-troubled Carnival Heart was only 4th best, as Bob McClure wins the finale with Sweet Pink in Clinton. Sweet Pink is back from the 12th race. Better's Delight, 2-year-old bay filly from Classy Hidden Rose by Jeremy's Jet, trained by Nick Gallucci from Illar Farms of Stouffville. Bob McClure triples up. He wins out the final 3 races of the program, all in the Ontario Sire Stakes. And Sweet Pink carried him to victory in the 12th, 159-2. The quarter times review, 29-1, 58-4, 129, win time 159-2, Sweet Pink. Here's the complete finish review. Marvelous Kiss was 5th. Sweet Pink wins. Salzburg Easy 6th. She's Got It All was 3rd. Smile for Me Sarah 7th. Carnival Heart was 4th. Sports Fire 2nd. From the top, 5-1-6, 3-7-4-2. 1020, 310, and 390 for Sweet Pink. Sports Fire 370 and 330. She's Got It All 630. The late dollar pick 4, $253.25. The exact is 61.90. The dollar try, $258.50. The dollar superfecta, $566.75. And the late daily double, $45.30 for the 8-2 combination. That concludes the live program this day from Clinton Raceway, Closing Day 2020. Please watch for our announcements on the website clintonraceway.com and in the local media and elsewhere on the racing websites for the resumption of racing in 2020, which we anticipate will be late in the month of May in 2021 here at Clinton Raceway. On behalf of our horse people, the television broadcast production team, staff, management, and the racing officials, have a great several months ahead. We wish you all the very best and hope to see you back here when we resume live racing. Also, just before we go, we want to say a special thank you for contributing, if you did, to what we believe was a track record handle in the all-time history of Clinton Raceway, $118,041, believed to have been a single program handle of just over $118,000 through the parimutuel system at Clinton Raceway. So we end 2020 on a high note. Hope to see you again in 2021. Good afternoon from Clinton Raceway.